can't see anything. Oh! Holy shit! Yo! That's a gunshot! That's a gunshot!
Or just some... The fuck was that? This sounds like a wolf. What the? Oh my god!
It disappeared again. The damn thing disappeared again. It'd be a shadow. And then it just disappears. That looks like a fucking hand. Got a light in there.
Oh, stop.
I just saw someone running right there.
Hold on. What?
Yeah,
Another one?
there was right in that meadow.
Chad explores abandoned locations that have been left untouched for years, and this time he and his friend are making their way through a huge, decaying institutional building. The rooms are empty and quiet, but as they move farther inside, both begin feeling as though they might not be completely alone. While walking through another section of the building, Chad admits that something about the place keeps making him turn around.
I keep getting the feeling like there's something following us though.
That's why I keep turning around.
Yeah.
When I'm shooting right now, I wasn't facing this way before.
I know.
We were walking the other way.
Yeah. But most places, dude, I usually just go through.
I try not
And
to
I
go
don't-
through too quick.
Yeah, but I don't tend to look back behind me that much.
I have a couple times here though.
Yeah, I have to.
Or this is twice now. But it's weird, man.
It's a vibe though, you feel it though, right?
Yeah. I feel like something's watching.
Normally, he can explore without constantly checking behind him. Here, however, both men have found themselves repeatedly looking back. His friend feels it too. Chad describes the sensation as though something is watching them from around the corners. Continuing through the building, they discover an old bathroom containing a bathtub that remains surprisingly intact.
Look at that.
That's like a bath that a nurse or something would be right next to you while you take it.
Yeah, they'd be in the room here with you.
Watching your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't cut yourself or whatever.
It's like completely intact too. They didn't come in here and destroy it or nothing.
Which is nice, I think.
That's weird. I wonder if something... Yo, somebody told me a story about something.
What's it?
Like if you sit in the tub
Yeah.
or some shit, something happens to you.
Oh yeah?
I don't remember exactly.
What happens?
I'm not sure. Some girl told me. Or something. She said if you sit in the tub, something happens. I don't remember.
I'll sit in that.
The discovery reminds Chad of a story someone once told him about this particular tub. According to what he remembers, something strange is supposedly meant to happen if a person sits inside it. Chad cannot recall the exact details, but he thinks the story involved experiencing the sensation of drowning. Rather than simply talk about it, his friend decides to test the story himself. He climbs directly into the old bathtub. Chad still cannot remember exactly what is supposed to happen, so the two decide to remain quiet and see whether anything unusual occurs.
It's supposed to feel like you're drowning or something? I don't know. Don't quote me on anything. That was to hold on tight while they were torturing you. Or the last glimpse of hope you had to hold on to while they were drowning you underwater. Yeah, it's weird. It's like just a bathroom, you know? It's weird. There's just a tub sitting here. I don't know. I'm gonna get in. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Let's see what we got. I'm in the tub. It's in the tub. I don't know. Something scary is supposed to happen, I think, and I'm not sure what it is. Let's just wait here for a minute and see if we hear anything.
For a moment, they simply sit and listen to the empty building around them. Nothing obvious happens while they wait. Chad admits that without remembering the full story, they do not really know what they are supposed to be looking for. He asks viewers familiar with the history of the location to explain the story so they can potentially return and perform the experiment properly. Moving into another section, they find an area Chad says was not accessible during an earlier visit.
Yeah, we weren't in this section over here, bro. When I was here a while back, this was not open.
The newly opened space immediately gives them another surprise. Curtains and other signs suggest that someone may have been using this abandoned building for shelter.
And look at this.
Yeah, the curtains.
Curtains, I mean, definitely for a homeless person to take shelter in. Yeah, he's down here. So whoever he is, we're gonna look for him right now. He might be down here. I don't know who he is though. Yeah, this is incredibly bugged out.
Yeah.
I feel like, what the fuck is that? Like a light or something? See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Unless it's just like a reflection. Yeah, this was the original way in, I think.
Okay.
Because I remember these steps right here.
Oh yeah. Let you go.
Yeah.
After spending the exploration feeling watched, the discovery offers at least one possible explanation for why the building never felt completely empty. Outdoor girl Sophie is used to spending nights alone outdoors, but this adventure puts her in a very different kind of campsite. Instead of pitching a tent on solid ground, Sophie plans to sleep inside a wooden treehouse suspended high above the forest. Reaching it, however, turns out to be much more intimidating than she expected. Sophie finally arrives at the treehouse and immediately realizes it is much higher than she remembers.
Oh my god, I'm here. It is a lot higher than what I remembered. This is gonna be so crazy. Look at this construction. I need to climb on these ladders and small bridges hanging. And everything is super wet because of the snow is melting. So I'm a little bit scared that it's gonna be really slippery.
To reach the cabin, she has to climb a series of ladders and cross narrow suspended bridges. Making things worse, melting snow has left everything wet. Before she even begins climbing, Sophie worries that the wooden surfaces could be extremely slippery.
This is pretty steep, so I hope it's not too slippery. I made it! The second platform, so one more bridge to go, and then I'm in the cabin. Oh, this is very far up. My legs are shaking.
She carefully crosses the first bridge and reaches the second platform. Now there is only one bridge separating her from the cabin. Standing high above the ground, Sophie looks at the final crossing and admits her legs are already shaking. As she steps onto it, the structure begins making noises beneath her. The slippery bridge immediately becomes too much. Sophie says she genuinely does not like the situation and questions whether the noises mean the structure is actually secure. Instead of forcing herself forward, she retreats.
It is making some noises. Doesn't that mean that it's gonna hold? Jesus Christ. Okay, I did go back. I don't know why I'm suddenly so scared. Oh, I hate my brain sometimes. My heart is beating so fast.
Back on the platform, she cannot understand why she has suddenly become so frightened. After taking a moment, Sophie decides to try again.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. It's just about doing it quickly, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Her heart is racing, but this time she moves quickly across the bridge. Finally, she reaches the treehouse. Even after making it safely inside, her legs are still shaking from the climb. Once settled, Sophie admits the journey up was considerably scarier than expected.
Now I'm all settled in the treehouse, my home for the night. This actually was a lot more scary than what I thought it would be. But I made it so far and it has not fallen down. So I hope that it will stay at least until tomorrow.
Still, the treehouse has remained standing, and she prepares to spend the entire night there. Then Sophie checks the weather forecast.
Just looking at the weather forecast, and it does say that we will get a lot of rain during the night. I'm not sure if it shows, but it says it will start at 3 in the night and then just rain non-stop until 3 in the afternoon tomorrow.
Heavy rain is expected during the night, along with stronger winds. Even small gusts are already making the treehouse sway in the trees. Sophie has brought a tarp to protect the open sides, but covering them would leave her sitting in complete darkness. For now, she decides to wait and hope the treehouse keeps her dry until morning. Paranormal Discovery ventures into remote areas searching for unexplained activity, haunted locations, and stories of creatures hiding far from civilization. During this trip through British Columbia, the group camps beside a lake surrounded by thick forest. Before the night investigation even begins, they are already discussing signs that something unusual could be living nearby. Looking toward the forest surrounding their campsite, the group begins discussing what they experienced during a previous visit.
You had some stuff go on when you were here last time, eh?
Yeah,
it's
definitely a very interesting place.
Yeah, I can feel it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
Some weird noises, and I think there's a Bigfoot out here too.
actually,
There's definitely something out in the woods.
According to Angelo, the area produced some strange noises. He believes there is definitely something moving through the woods. The possibility of Bigfoot quickly enters the conversation. With 2 nights planned at the campsite, they will have plenty of time to explore after dark. Walking around the area, the creator admits the nearby forest gives him an unsettling feeling.
like, this is gonna be pretty freaky, and I'll be real with you. Angelo was telling me that there is some, like, weird thing. On the way up, he was like, yeah, like, you're gonna get freaked out here.
Angelo has already warned him that something about this particular location might freak him out. Despite the beautiful lake and scenery, the thick woodland nearby seems like an obvious place to investigate once darkness arrives. Later, the group returns to the subject of strange activity.
On the sides here, we are tucked away in the corner, but that can't change spiritual activity. So,
Activity.
yeah, we did see a lot of Bigfoot activity on the way up. Like, bunch of trees, like structures just in weird positions. It was really, like, creepy. So, yeah, we'll see what happens tonight. We'll get into all the camping stuff.
They explain that while traveling to the campsite, they noticed several unusual formations involving trees. Some appeared to have been arranged into structures or positioned in ways they found difficult to explain. To them, these formations could potentially indicate Bigfoot activity in the area. Much later, after darkness has settled over the campsite, the atmosphere feels completely different. The creator says he can already sense unusual energy around him. More importantly, he has started hearing things from somewhere nearby.
It's gonna get freaky, I know that for a fact. I'm already feeling stuff around, so I don't know, I think I should be okay. What do you think here? Because I've been hearing shit, I just don't know.
To be real with you, if you encounter a grizzly, that ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, it's true.
I guess it's something, but
That'll probably get me attacked by a grizzly.
probably, yeah.
Oh god, I was hearing stuff down there, but I guess we'll take the risk. Alright, I'm gonna take a little hike and I'll be back.
He considers carrying something for protection, but realizes it would offer little help if the animal outside turned out to be a grizzly bear. Still, the unexplained noises convince him to investigate. Rather than immediately hiking deeper into the darkness, he decides to stay closer and listen. Whatever he heard appears to be coming toward his position. Standing alone near the edge of the forest, he waits to see whether the movement will reveal itself.
Okay. Alright, so right now I'm kind of chasing a sound. Well, a few sounds that I heard. I really got intrigued. I just don't know if this lady in green's supposed to be here when she might be. They were really like saying that she's a bad entity. And there's also something about an otter. If you see a water otter, like don't trust it or something. Because it like shapeshifts into like a luring entity as well. Hello?
After an entire day of discussing Bigfoot and unusual structures, the sounds in the darkness give the group another reason to keep watching the surrounding woods. Jesse's drone adventures travels through remote desert landscapes, using off-road trails and drone footage to uncover places most people never see. On this journey through the Arizona mountains, Jesse is heading toward a location he has researched in advance. The difficult drive eventually brings him within reach of his destination, only for the road to deliver an unexpected surprise. Jesse heads into the mountains toward a location suggested by several viewers.
Next thing I know, I was heading for the mountains. This is a location that a few of my viewers have mentioned over the past few months. After some careful research and seeing a few enticing photos on Jeep forums, I knew this was going to be my next destination. But with every new adventure comes new challenges.
After crossing the rougher terrain, the road becomes smoother and the landscape opens around him. The views are spectacular, but the trail still demands constant attention.
After making it through the flat, rough stuff, the road became smoother, the sky grew brighter, and it was non-stop, jaw-dropping views. It was one of those drives where the further you went, it seemed like the land opened up even more, and around every curve was another surprise.
Loose sand and steep edges mean that even a small distraction could send a vehicle off the road.
But at times, it could be extremely bumpy and very sandy toward the edges. Nothing to be too concerned about, but the slightest distraction could send you down the hill. And maybe it's just me, but I feel like it would be extremely embarrassing to go over the edge on a trail like this.
About halfway to his destination, Jesse stops and checks his surroundings.
According to Google Maps, it didn't seem like I was that far away, but staring off into the distance, it sure didn't feel like it.
According to his GPS, he should not be particularly far away. Looking across the enormous landscape, however, the destination feels much farther than the map suggests. He soon gets back on the road and continues climbing. While concentrating on his GPS, Jesse nearly drives past an abandoned vehicle.
I was so focused on my GPS that I almost missed this. Like most of the car wrecks that I find out in the desert, who really knows the story as to how this ended up here? My guess would be it was probably a work truck that belonged to one of the miners, and one day it just broke down. It was probably one of those situations where it would end up costing too much to tow back into town, and by the time all the repairs were said and done, it would cost even more. The owner then realized it probably wasn't worth the hassle and ended up buying a new truck. But what do you guys think?
The old wreck has been left sitting alone in the desert. Jesse suspects it may once have belonged to someone working in the nearby mines. Perhaps it broke down and was simply too expensive to recover. After briefly examining the unexpected discovery, he continues toward his actual destination. Now only a short distance away, Jesse encounters something he had not anticipated. The road ahead is blocked. After traveling all the way through the mountains, he realizes he cannot continue to the location he intended to explore.
Well, this is a huge bummer. We get all the way up here and we can't even make it to what I wanted to show you guys. Which is okay because it's been a hell of a ride. It's been very fun, it's been very scenic. But I was not expecting this.
Jesse examines the signs at the gate. They identify the land as private property and warn visitors that access can be revoked. However, the wording makes him wonder whether visitors might be able to obtain permission or a permit. Either way, he cannot continue today. Disappointed, Jesse turns around and begins the journey back down. His research had suggested the location was accessible, with no clear warning about gates or road closures. Although the original destination remains unexplored, Jesse decides the trip was still worthwhile. After returning home, he discovers other possible access routes on Google Earth.
After I got back home, I pulled up the location on Google Earth, and I did see that there were a few different ways to access the site. Maybe I made a simple mistake and took the wrong road, but all I know is this isn't the last time I'll be visiting this place, and as soon as I can get a confirmed route up here, I'll be back.
For him, that means the closed gate has only postponed the adventure rather than ended it. Under the Weather combines outdoor exploration with darker locations and unusual challenges. For this Halloween adventure, the creator ventures into an old graveyard at night with a specific plan. He intends to perform a ritual at exactly midnight, surrounded by graves that date back generations. Walking through the graveyard, the creator admits this may be one of his more questionable ideas.
Now, I have to admit, I think this is one of my dafter ideas, but we'll see what happens. If you're a fan of The Evil Dead, stick around because you never know. It might be groovy, or not.
As he explores between the headstones, he examines some of the dates. Several graves are nearly a century old, adding to the atmosphere as midnight approaches.
1925, 1941. Until the daybreak, the shadows flee away.
Moving deeper into the cemetery, he finds even older graves and several tombs.
As you can see in here, the graves are a lot older. And there's even a couple of tombs. And there's flags here, so I don't know what somebody's doing. They're up to something. Oh, look at that classic gravestone there.
Then he notices flags placed nearby. He does not know who left them or exactly what they represent. Around him, the cemetery continues to show signs of its age, including a tree growing directly through one of the old structures. Eventually, he chooses a spot that seems suitable for what he has planned.
Okay, quick check of the time. Right, we've got 2 minutes. Because we want to do this at midnight.
Checking the time, he realizes there are only 2 minutes remaining until midnight. He prepares himself and waits for the exact moment to begin. At midnight, he starts performing the ritual. The cemetery remains dark and quiet around him as he continues.
Conda estrata montos, igrets gad, nosferatos canda, amantos canda. Something fucking come over my shoulder there. Oh, shit.
Then his attention is suddenly drawn towards something nearby. Looking through the darkness, he sees a shape that appears disturbingly similar to a hand. He shines more light toward the strange shape, trying to understand what he is seeing. His breathing becomes heavier as he remains focused on it.
Fucking hell. What the fuck? That looks like a fucking hand. Bit of light on that. Fuck you.
He says that just after staring at the hand-shaped object, he felt something touch his back.
Shit. I have no idea what that was. But I just felt something touch my back. Just after I said that. While I was looking at that thing that looked like a hand. Alright. Happy Halloween. Never again.
Unable to explain what made contact with him, he immediately decides he has had enough. The Halloween experiment ends there, with the creator making it clear he has no intention of repeating the experience. Ray Gloom's real-life encounters returns to a remote area with Camelot Tim after previously hearing reports of a terrifying scream in the surrounding wilderness. This time, the pair explore from their vehicle after dark. What begins as a search for something unexplained quickly turns into a series of encounters with large animals moving through the trees. While driving through the darkness, Camelot Tim suddenly stops and begins shining his spotlight towards something outside.
Okay, I think the reason Camel Tim stopped, he's spotlighting something. Wait, hold on.
Ray Gloom tries to see what has caught his attention. Then they spot a dark animal. Ray Gloom identifies it as a black bear.
Are you okay?
That's a black bear.
You guys probably can't see me, it's so dark. It looks like a black bear.
We have a black bear.
Where'd it go?
The bear quickly disappears into the darkness. They switch on additional lights and search the surrounding woods, hoping to spot it again. Ray Gloom believes there may actually be more than one bear nearby, but despite scanning the trees, they cannot find them. Looking back on the encounter, Ray Gloom explains that Camelot Tim spotted the animals first.
Okay, so that Camel Tim saw it before I did, but then I saw it. I tried to get the camera to look at it, but then they were kind of moved away because they're dark. That scared me. That made me jump. I was totally freaking out thinking of something else. But they must have been black bears.
Yeah,
a mom and a cub, right?
They were black bears.
Yeah.
He believes they may have seen a mother and cub. As they continue down the road, however, something begins bothering him. Ray Gloom saw the animals on one side of the road, while Camelot Tim later saw them on the other.
You would see it right up in here on your right is where we would see it. On your right is where we would see it.
Oh, yep, they would have been right up there.
Yep.
He cannot understand how they could have crossed so quickly without being noticed. The confusion briefly makes him wonder whether they actually saw black bears at all. Farther down the road, Camelot Tim suddenly sees another large shape running through the darkness. He immediately tells Ray Gloom to stop, asked whether it could have been a deer.
Because there could be something creepy up there in the woods.
I just saw him run right here.
What? Oh, stop.
I just saw him running right there.
Okay, I'm looking. Camel Tim saw something run right there, just barely. Like was it a deer?
No, it looked like it was a massive bear.
What?
Yeah.
Another one?
It was right in that meadow.
In the meadow?
Meadow.
Yeah.
To him, it looked like a massive bear. They shine the spotlight toward the meadow where the animal disappeared. Camelot Tim insists the creature was large, dark, and moving through the woods. Ray Gloom points out that ordinary black bears in the area should not appear as large as what they just witnessed.
Kind of spooky. If it's something bigger than a black bear, but black and moving through the woods.
Yeah, it was big and black.
Yeah.
So.
Unable to find the animal again, they continue driving. Ray Gloom jokes that perhaps it is stalking them, although he cannot understand how anything could keep pace with their vehicle. They continue scanning the trees, hoping that what they saw really was just an unusually large black bear. For the rest of the drive, the camera remains ready in case the dark figure appears again. Franco TV is known for venturing alone into isolated and unsettling locations, often continuing long after most people would have turned back. During this nighttime exploration of a remote forest, Franco begins noticing something unusual through his night vision camera. Whatever it is, it seems to stay with him as he tries to find his way out. While walking through the darkness, Franco suddenly spots what appears to be a pair of glowing eyes ahead of him. He stops and focuses his camera toward the trees.
I definitely have eyes. Right there. Oh shit. Something's watching me. What the fuck is that? That's the same thing I seen in the other place I went to.
The eyes are difficult to make out without the night vision, but Franco is certain something is there watching him.
Fuck that. I'm gonna keep making my way. There is something definitely watching me now.
Rather than approach it, Franco continues toward the exit. Even as he puts more distance between himself and the original spot, he still feels like he is being watched. Then another pair of eyes appears elsewhere in the forest. Franco turns his attention toward the second set of reflections.
I'm shining my light right at it. I just see the eyes. I was a lot closer to it before. And it was higher. It wasn't like an animal. Look at that. Jesus Christ. I feel like someone's going to come up right behind me. I saw some eyes down there too, but that one looked like an animal. Let me zoom in. There you are. Lights away from it. Lights on. What the hell is that? Okay, so I see a little reflective sign. That's from the gate. I'm not too far from the gate now. I kept moving forward. I don't know what the hell it is down there. That's possibly following me.
One disappears, but another remains visible through the night vision.
Look. What the fuck is that? I just zoomed in a little bit more.
What concerns him is the height. He says it does not appear to be positioned low to the ground like he would expect from a normal animal. Now closer to the gate, Franco keeps moving forward while watching the darkness behind him.
Okay, so I see a little reflective sign. That's from the gate. I'm not too far from the gate now. I kept moving forward. I don't know what the hell it is down there. That's possibly following me.
Ahead, he notices something in the middle of the road and struggles to determine whether it is simply a tree. As he continues walking, he becomes increasingly convinced that whatever he has been seeing is moving with him.
It's definitely following me. Every time I walk, it's getting closer and closer.
Franco stops again and checks behind him. According to him, every time he walks farther away, the strange figure or reflection seems to get closer.
See, oh, what the fuck was that? Did my watch just flicker? Sorry, that was on my end. I don't think you guys even saw that. See if it reflects off. Look at that. there is no light. I am looking with my own eyes. I see nothing. Just the night vision's picking it up. And I think it's reflecting off my IR light. This is my flashlight. It knows I see it and does not give any shits. I'm gonna zoom in.
He shines his regular flashlight toward it but cannot see anything with his own eyes. The shape only appears through the infrared night vision.
Right now I have my regular camera. As you can see, I don't see anything with this camera, but I am gonna use my thermal camera.
Still trying to leave the area, Franco checks his thermal camera and believes he may briefly have a heat signature ahead of him.
Oh fuck. Here, let me zoom in. See it? That's on thermal cam. There is something hiding into the forest. I'm sorry. I'm hearing shit all around me.
He decides the safest option is to reach the main gate and observe the forest from there. But even as he walks away, he cannot shake the feeling that something is following him.
Alright, so I am pretty sure that there is something following me, behind me. I'm not technically seeing it in front of me or like hiding behind the trees, but no matter how far I keep walking forward, I look with the night vision camera and I can see two eyes just kind of staring at me from the forest, but they're up high. They're not like coming from the... They're not like lower to the ground like a normal animal. That I had this on the brightest setting.
Looking back through the night vision, Franco again sees two eyes staring from between the trees. They appear high above the ground and remain invisible under his normal flashlight. By this point, Franco is convinced that whatever he is seeing has been keeping pace with him through the forest. Franco finally reaches the main entrance. Almost immediately, he hears what sounds like yelling coming from the forest he just left.
Alright, so I've made it out of this, of the forest little area. I'm now towards the main entrance. And I'm hearing yelling from behind me. I want to see if I could see the thing with the night vision camera. Listen. Damn, I'm not hearing it anymore. But I was hearing yelling further back there.
Then, after crossing the gate, another strange sound follows him out.
You hear it? That's what I heard. What the fuck is that? Holy shit. Fuck that. Oh fuck.
This time, Franco describes it as a low male moan coming from somewhere behind him. Rugged Road Explorers travels through remote canyon country, searching for forgotten structures and traces left behind by people who once lived there. During this exploration, Dave is moving along a cliff face when what first appears to be another ancient dwelling turns out to be something much more unusual. While crossing the cliff, Dave stops to admire a large balanced rock before noticing ruins far below him.
How awesome is that? And then I'm looking down. Man, I do not know how you get down there. But it looks like there's the remains of a dwelling down there. I'll have to check it out with the binos, but it sure looks like it. So there's a dwelling right down there. We'll zoom in on it best we can.
Using his binoculars, he can make out what appears to be a substantial dwelling with smaller structures around it. But as he continues exploring the higher cliffs, he soon discovers another site much closer to him. At first, Dave expects to find another dwelling. Instead, he realizes he is standing beside what he believes is an ancient burial cyst.
This is a burial cyst. We've started to see more of these, especially up on the cliffs like this. And that's what this is. And of course, it looks like it's been robbed, which is really sad. And we'll just take a quick look at it. Boy, look at where he was buried. I mean, this view, pretty phenomenal.
The structure appears to have once been completely sealed from floor to ceiling. Sadly, Dave suspects that someone entered and robbed the burial long ago. After briefly examining the ceiling for handprints or markings, he decides not to disturb the site any further. Before leaving, something about the surrounding rock formation catches his attention.
You know, they were all about symbolism, and then as I'm looking at this, I don't know if you remember our last video where they had the 9 burial cysts underneath what looked like to be a snake's head. And then, boy, I've got to do it so that the sun's not here, but look at this.
Dave remembers another location where several burial cysts were positioned beneath a formation resembling the head of a snake. Looking at the rock above this burial, he notices a surprisingly similar shape, even pointing out what could resemble an eye. Continuing along the cliff, Dave discovers the remains of another extremely old structure.
I'm pretty sure this is an old dwelling. And that went back in here. You've got these rocks at the back. Boy, it's super old though. And all collapsed down here.
Most of it has collapsed, but sections of stacked rock still reveal where the walls once stood.
So I'm going to check out this cove underneath there. It's hard to tell if there's dwellings in there or not. And we're going to go down this way right here, which is pretty good. You can see that. So let's get down there.
With plenty of ground left to cover, he continues deeper into the canyon. Later, Dave encounters another circular stone structure. After studying the mud and collapsed walls, he believes this may be another burial cyst rather than a granary.
Again, you can see the mud. Let me back it out a bit. The mud there, and it would have been completely enclosed. And I'm wondering if this wasn't the same thing and the robbers have just toppled the whole thing. But this definitely looks like that. It's round. It's either that or a granary, but I'm thinking a burial cyst because it doesn't have the hallmarks of a granary. A granary would be tucked further back up against the wall there.
He explains that the structure was likely once enclosed before being torn apart, possibly by grave robbers more than a century ago. Nearby stones may even have been connected to whatever burial ritual once took place there. Farther along the cliff, Dave finds an entire series of damaged structures.
I know it doesn't look like much, but they were built up. You can see the clay still right there where it was rounded. And each one of these, you can see there was one here, and there was one there, and then another one, and it keeps going around the corner there. Such a shame.
Traces of clay still cling to the rock, showing where each chamber once stood. Around the corner is a cavern, which Dave explains may have held spiritual significance as a passage between the physical and spirit worlds. Standing among the ruined burial structures, with the canyon stretching out below, the remote location leaves behind far more questions than answers. Exploring with Bear regularly takes viewers deep into locations surrounded by strange stories and unexplained encounters. On this nighttime hike, Jar Bear and Brandon are moving through thick woodland when noises in the darkness make them wonder whether something is tracking their movements. The pair continue along what looks like a faint path through the vegetation. This is also the same area where they had recently heard something moving nearby. With visibility limited and thick brush surrounding them, both remain alert as they push forward. Then Jar Bear suddenly notices something ahead. A pair of eyes is staring back at them from the darkness.
Man, I don't know, but I just ran through like a whole nest of spiders too. I got crappy. What? Eyes? What?
Dude, I'm not gonna move. I'm not gonna move. See it? Look, right there. Look at it. It's a coyote. It's a coyote. It's a coyote.
Oh.
Dude, they're coming towards us.
Ooh. Let me get my gun out.
Look how big it is. See the eyes?
Yeah, I do, man.
I'm not gonna move.
Is that a coyote?
It's something big.
At first, Jar Bear thinks it could be a coyote. Then he realizes there may be more than one animal, and whatever they are, they appear to be moving closer.
We should probably go back. Well, if we're starting to get stalked right now. I didn't even hear that thing, did you?
No, look how big it is. Dude, that's a deer.
Oh yeah, that's a buck.
That's a buck bedded down.
Unable to clearly identify what he is looking at, Jar Bear reaches for his gun and watches the eyes carefully. For a moment, the pair consider turning around. Jar Bear says that if something is stalking them, they should probably head back.
See its antlers?
Yep. Okay. We'll leave him.
Then they finally get a better look. The mysterious animal is actually a large buck resting nearby, its antlers difficult to distinguish in the darkness. Relieved, they decide to leave it alone and continue on. Jar Bear admits the encounter briefly had him convinced they were about to be ambushed. In the darkness, the buck's silhouette and ears had made it difficult to determine exactly what they were seeing. Once they finally identify it, the tension eases. But the strange feeling of being followed does not disappear for long. Later in the hike, Brandon suddenly says he feels like they are being followed. Almost immediately, they hear something cracking behind them. The pair stop and listen.
I don't see a trail going over to that. Where's the fence we get? Huh?
I'm being followed.
By what?
I have something cracking behind us.
Does look like a bridge, doesn't it? Or is that the fence we gotta crawl through? And everything's on the other side of that. That's very strange.
Another sound comes from the darkness, but they cannot see what caused it.
Did you just hear something back there? I had the camera off for a minute, just trying to have no idea. We've been walking a long time now. We've probably been walking like an hour straight, I bet.
They continue walking deeper along the trail, realizing they have already been hiking uphill for nearly an hour. The path seems to stretch endlessly ahead of them. After the earlier encounter with the buck and the unexplained cracking behind them, every new section of trail gives them another reason to keep checking what might be following just out of sight. Cursed Urban explores abandoned and isolated locations where unusual activity has been reported. During this solo investigation of what Dan calls the Bigfoot Forest, he begins walking deeper into the woods alone. Before long, he sees something cross the trail ahead of him, and the encounter only becomes stranger as he tries to leave. While looking down the trail, Dan suddenly stops. He is certain he has just seen something move across the path directly ahead.
Oh, dude, I just saw something. Hello? Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Dead ahead. I saw something cut across the trail. Something tall, dude. Hello?
Calling out into the darkness, he describes the figure as tall and points toward a nearby tree where he believes it disappeared into the forest. No one answers.
Right there, I saw something cut from behind it to that side of the trail. Hey, is someone back there?
Moments later, Dan hears another strange knock from the same general area.
Oh! Right back there. That was another knock, guys. Dude, that was like...
The sound is close enough to make him reconsider continuing deeper into the woods by himself.
Like I said, I saw something cut from behind that tree over this way, and then you guys heard that knock. That was like right back there. That was close, dude. That was within 100 yards, 150 yards. That was really, really close.
After thinking about what he just saw and heard, Dan decides to trust his instincts. Instead of moving forward, he begins backing away.
Hey, I'm backing up, all right? I'm leaving.
Dan turns around and starts leaving the area. At this point, he is no longer interested in discovering what might be farther down the trail. But as he retreats, another sound suddenly cuts through the forest. Dan hears what sounds like an object flying through the trees before hitting the ground nearby.
Oh, something just was thrown. Do you hear that? They just threw something through the forest. Right back there, dude. Right back there. So like something got thrown like from that direction. I heard it like fly over and hit right there.
To him, it sounds as though something has deliberately been thrown from the forest. The encounter convinces him that leaving was the right decision. As Dan continues toward safety, he begins hearing another disturbing sound.
Dude, something's following me, for sure. I keep hearing footsteps right out of my view, back there. I keep hearing footsteps, like, kind of keeping pace with me, kind of not. For sure. All right, I'm leaving, guys. Like, I'm out of here.
Footsteps seem to be moving through the woods just outside his field of view. Every time he walks, the movement appears to keep pace with him. Dan becomes convinced that something is following him.
Somebody's following me. And if someone is following me, let's go. I am armed.
Still hearing movement around him, Dan calls out and makes it clear that he is armed. The footsteps do not completely stop. Instead, he begins hearing sounds from multiple directions, including more movement alongside the trail.
Dude, I keep hearing footsteps everywhere now. Dude, I literally keep hearing footsteps everywhere. I just heard something over there. I keep hearing something like keeping up with me. Right on that side. Right back there.
What started with a brief glimpse of a tall figure has now turned into a tense walk out of the forest, with Dan repeatedly checking the darkness as whatever is nearby appears to escort him away. Yasko frequently puts himself in isolated locations with unsettling histories, often staying overnight to see what happens when everything becomes quiet. During this trip, he camps alone inside his van in a forest connected to stories of mysterious deaths, disappearances, and strange activity. Late at night, the silence outside begins to change. While sitting inside his van watching television, Jasko suddenly hears something outside. The noise is loud enough to cut through the show he is watching.
I don't understand.
It's a long story. Probably best is to tell it once.
To him, it sounds disturbingly similar to a scream. He stops to listen but eventually decides to continue watching, promising to turn the camera back on if anything else happens. Not long afterward, Jasko is interrupted again. This time, his reaction is immediate.
What the fuck? Who's there?
He calls out, asking who is there. Then he becomes quiet and listens more carefully. Jasko suddenly realizes he can hear what sounds like voices outside the van.
Guys. I hear voices. I legit hear talking outside the van. I think people are here. Fuck.
He tells the camera that someone appears to be talking nearby and begins wondering whether people have approached his campsite. The problem is that he cannot see anyone. Unsure what to do, he calls out again.
Hello?
What the fuck was that?
Okay. Okay, shh. I'm gonna turn the light off quick.
There is still no clear response. Another sound outside causes Jasko to react. Wanting to see what is happening without making himself completely visible, he switches off the lights inside the van. He then prepares to use only his camera light while trying to look outside. With the exterior lights off and the front shades closed, Jasko struggles to see what might be surrounding the vehicle. He remains inside, listening for the voices that had been speaking only moments earlier. Then, an entirely different sound erupts outside.
Literally, I have all the lights off outside. I have my shades in the front. Can't see anything. Oh! Holy shit! Yo! That's a gunshot!
A loud bang echoes through the area. Jasko immediately identifies it as a gunshot. Whatever caution he had shown before disappears instantly. With mysterious voices outside his van, and what he believes was a gunshot nearby, Jasko decides there is no reason to remain at the campsite. His only thought now is getting the van started and leaving the forest. Exploring with Angelo travels into remote locations searching for strange stories and unexplained activity. During this camping trip, Angelo returns to an area associated with reported Bigfoot encounters and unusual sounds. As the night grows quieter, something begins making noise beyond the campsite, drawing Angelo away from the others to investigate. Walking alone in the darkness, Angelo explains that the area is not especially known for traditional hauntings. Still, he cannot ignore the feeling that he keeps hearing something nearby.
Something out here? So this place, I don't know, I've done research before. It's not really like known to be haunted. I keep hearing something.
He pauses and listens. Then a strange sound comes from somewhere deeper in the trees.
Okay, there's something moaning in there. No way. What? Bigfoot? Something's in there. I heard it.
Angelo describes the noise as moaning. Unsure what could be responsible, he jokingly wonders whether it could be Bigfoot. Then another sound catches his attention.
Hey, dude, something hit that metal thing over there. Maybe it's trying to get my attention?
Something appears to strike a nearby metal object. Angelo immediately wonders whether whatever is out there is deliberately trying to get his attention. He listens for another response while considering more ordinary explanations. A bear could be somewhere nearby. Something could also have fallen naturally. But without being able to see the source, Angelo cannot determine what caused the impact. Eventually, he decides to move closer. Following his instincts, Angelo walks farther in the direction of the sounds. He briefly switches the camera between his hands as he continues through the darkness. Then the noises return.
That was weird, though. something hit that. Hearing moaning over there.
Angelo again hears moaning from the same general area. He wonders whether the calls they made earlier in the night might actually have triggered some kind of response. Instead of immediately leaving, he waits quietly and listens.
Just wait for a second. Maybe the calls actually worked? Maybe it actually wants to communicate with us? Whoop. I know I can't do it as good as Lomar, but whoop. I keep hearing something over here. Something just moved there now. But I keep hearing something moving over there.
The forest remains difficult to read. Then something moves nearby. Angelo hears movement from the darkness and decides to try making another call himself. Holding the camera makes it difficult, but he attempts to reproduce the sound before stopping to listen for a response.
Let's try one more. That was off a tree. There's too many trees over there. I can't really get it like deep in there.
Nothing obvious emerges from the trees. With no clear explanation for the moaning, movement, or the impact against the metal object, Angelo finally decides to continue along the trail. A light suddenly appears ahead.
Is that lights? Oh, that's a light. Hello. How you doing? Good. Somebody over there.
For a moment, Angelo is unsure what he is looking at. Then he realizes another person is camping nearby and calls out a greeting. The discovery offers at least one normal explanation for activity in the area, though it still does not clearly explain the strange moaning and movement Angelo heard moments earlier. Wild Bear shares calm wilderness adventures, usually focused on hiking, camping, and spending time alone outdoors. For this autumn trip, she sets up a relaxing day camp in the woods. Her plan is to carve a pumpkin, prepare some warm food, and remain there after sunset to see whether anything unusual happens. She begins by hollowing out the pumpkin before deciding to carve it into a bear. What starts as a simple Halloween activity slowly turns into a strange-looking creation she names Scary Bear.
And I need to decide what to do for a face. I was going to try a scary bear, but I don't think I can pull that off.
Mouth like that. Let's try it. What's the worst that can happen?
I don't know what any of these gadgets are for particularly. Make an eye here.
Oh, oh wow, that's amazing. Oh, that's so easy.
The face gradually takes shape as she adds eyes, a rounded nose, sharp teeth, and heavy eyebrows. By the time she finishes, the pumpkin looks surprisingly intimidating and becomes the perfect companion for the darker part of the evening.
Oh yeah, he looks like a right meanie now. That's what he needed, he just needed eyebrows. Well, that's not too bad actually. Oh.
With the carving finished, she warms rice pudding over the fire and adds cinnamon. For now, the woodland remains peaceful, with nothing more unsettling than the approaching darkness.
A little bit of cinnamon as well.
Perfect.
Hey guys, I think it's going to be getting dark soon, which is very exciting, and hopefully some nice ghouls will come out and give us a bit of a spook. You never know.
Once the fire has burned down, Wild Bear prepares for the final part of the trip.
I think I'm going to burn through the rest of this wood and then I'm going to sit in the dark and wait for the ghosts. Right, it's dark and my coals are out and nice and cold. I'm gonna turn all my lights off now and sit in the hot seat here in the dark. I've got 2 trail cams out facing the chair, so you'll be able to see me, but I won't be able to see anything apart from maybe Scary Bear there. We'll leave him on. And yeah, we'll see if we can get some ghosts to come and talk to us. Oh, I do hope so. Okay, I hope the trail cams are working, picking me up. They're motion detectors, so hopefully they're on, otherwise.
She places 2 motion-activated trail cameras facing her chair, switches off her lights, and sits beside the glowing pumpkin. Unable to see much beyond Scary Bear, she calls into the forest and invites any ghosts or other entities to make contact. A series of deep, growling noises suddenly comes from nearby.
Is anyone here? Make a sound. If there's a spirit here, make a sound.
In the darkness, the sound could easily be mistaken for something threatening, although it is actually a fallow deer calling just outside the camera's view. She continues asking for a sign. Moments later, something begins crunching through the leaves around her chair.
Ghosts?
Another deer sound erupts without warning, startling her as she waits for a response.
Well, so far, no ghosts. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any ghosts tonight. Maybe they're here, they're just shy. Ghosts can be shy, can't they? Ghosties! If you're a frustrated entity, make yourself known.
More rustling and animal calls follow, but no ghost ever reveals itself. Wild Bear eventually accepts that the forest's real inhabitants are the only visitors joining her that night. CJ Faison travels to unusual and reportedly dangerous locations, often testing how close he can get before someone intervenes. In this video, he and Sunny park an RV near the back gate of Area 51 and watch the activity beyond the restricted boundary. While reviewing sped-up footage from their first night, CJ notices a red light crossing the frame. A second unidentified object then appears higher in the sky.
Into this footage is sped up, but right here where that arrow is, you're going to see a red light going to the right, and then up at the top of your screen right about now, there is now a... don't even know what that is, to be honest with you, but it is moving across the screen, as you all can see, and that red light is just now out of sight, out of mind. I did leave this in here too. I don't know exactly what this is. Kind of made me question some things, but it glimpses in, disappears, and then blinks a little bit and goes back the other way. Again, I'm not sure what that is. This is for all of us to decide. You know, I'm not some scientist or like super crazy researcher here, but definitely some of the weirder things happened. And again, this is just our first night out there.
After hours without seeing the security vehicles known as the Camo Dudes, CJ decides to provoke a reaction.
But I kind of want to run a test here. And this is what we're going to do next. We're going to run a test to see if we can get the Camo Dudes to come back outside the gate again and roll by us. So I'm going to go get a flashlight. I'm just going to wave it around a little bit up in the sky, kind of at the gate, a little bit around, and see if they come back out, because We've not seen him in probably, what, an hour, 2 hours maybe?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a hot minute, so.
He takes a powerful flashlight outside and begins sweeping it toward the gate and across the sky. Before he can continue, they notice an unexplained reflection sitting in the field.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Look. See it? That reflection right there?
Oh, yeah, the field. What is it?
I had no idea. Hang on. Let me get that on camera. That right there.
Neither man can determine what is producing it. When CJ zooms his camera toward the gate, 3 blinking red lights become visible above it.
No, you're good, you're good. I'm seeing something. So you see as you all can see, that really bright red light, and then there's a couple of, there's like 3 more red lights that are blinking way above it. Sonny, come here, quick. The camera can see it, but us to the naked eye, we can't see this. Come here. What is it? Come over here. So, see the red light right here? Look at these 3. One's moving to, 2 are moving to the right, one's moving to the left. You can't see it with the naked eye.
Oh, no shit. They're blinking.
Yeah, all 3 of them.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea. I literally just zoomed into the gate to like see if we can see headlights coming this way after I, basically flashed them.
2 move in one direction while the third separates and travels the opposite way. Strangely, the camera can see them more clearly than their own eyes can. Another object suddenly crosses the lower part of the recording. Its movement does not resemble the straight path of an ordinary aircraft, leaving CJ unsure what the camera captured.
There is some type of anomaly that flies across from right to left, and the flight path of this is not normal at all, as you can see. Okay, this is nuts. Okay.
At that exact moment, their radiation meter begins sounding an alarm.
Ask him if I turn that light up.
What's going on?
What is that?
What's going on?
The radiation meter.
Look.
Dude, I'm getting inside.
Look at this. Look.
What the fuck is happening?
It's going off like crazy right now.
We just got zapped
What
with
the
something.
fuck? Seriously?
They just shot something at us. Something just shot something at us.
It jumped up. Okay, so that met the threshold, dude. This goes off when it meets your threshold. 00.63 was our max right there. Continuous for not almost 8.5 seconds.
The reading jumps sharply and remains elevated for several seconds. Both men react as though something has been directed toward their position. CJ grabs his chair and prepares to run, even though there is nowhere nearby to hide. The next morning, a white security truck approaches the RV. The driver stops long enough to record their license plate before circling away without speaking to them.
Bro, they're fucking coming in. They're coming in. Yo, they're getting our tag number, bro. They're getting our tag number. What are they doing? Oh shit, he stopped right there. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Come on. What are you doing? It's a great content. Wave at him. They just got the tag number. Oh shit. You ain't gotta wave back.
Later, as they stand near another gate, the barrier suddenly lowers. Back inside the RV, they discover that the vehicle will no longer start.
Dude, did they zap the fucking RV? Is this real?
Dude, what the...
I'm laughing because I'm trying to get through this moment, but this is like, you see this, right?
With another truck moving nearby, the situation begins to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The engine eventually starts after several attempts, allowing them to move away from the restricted area. Ray Gloom's real-life encounters documents isolated hikes where ordinary wildlife can quickly become a serious threat. During this trip, Ray is moving alone through a remote wilderness area when he begins hearing something in the trees above him.
And that's a good attack place for a tick. Oh. Just a moment there, I thought I heard like something was moving. Okay, wait, I'm gonna be quiet for just a second.
The sound returns as he continues downhill. At first, he considers the possibility of squirrels or another small animal, but the movement sounds much heavier than expected.
Okay. No, I heard it again. Okay, there is something up there. I'm not hearing it now.
Ray begins to wonder whether he disturbed something on the hill and whether it is now following him. Just as his camera battery dies, a loud thud comes from nearby.
There isn't something following me, is there? Well, that's a creepy notion. Something up there. I disturbed something up there and it's following me. Okay, I heard something now. Is it working? Sorry guys, my battery died there. Okay, I got it back up. Got my camera back out again. Gosh, that's too bad. I heard a loud thud right as the battery died, and I didn't get it on film.
Later, another heavy movement erupts farther up the slope.
Oh! Okay, that was loud. Okay, something moved up there, and it did not sound really small or anything. I am going to attempt to use my zoom lens. See if I see something up there.
Ray raises his zoom lens and searches the trees, but nothing clearly steps into view. The movement happens again in the same area. He turns the camera as quickly as possible, yet whatever made the noise stops before he can locate it. Ray becomes increasingly convinced that something followed him down from the hill. He briefly sees movement between the trees, but it disappears without producing the sound of an animal running away.
It's just... something about this just isn't working out right, though. It's just like a quick move and then it stops. And I know I saw something move, but it was gone fast. But then I didn't hear a bunch of rustling, like it was running off somewhere, but I couldn't see it.
He considers whether it could be a moose. However, several details do not fit. His greater concern is that a mountain lion may be quietly tracking him. The situation becomes more serious when Ray remembers that he left his bear spray at home. He decides not to camp in the area and begins planning a careful retreat. While watching through the zoomed camera, he thinks he sees something moving around his position.
Wait. I may have just seen something move right there. Oh, it is so nice to have a zoom camera. Okay, I'm actually looking down at my camera. It can actually see further than my own eyes when I zoom in.
The possible animal appears to be changing direction, as though attempting to get behind him. Ray slowly backs away while keeping his attention on the trees. A squirrel then begins making warning calls from the same direction, suggesting that something larger may still be moving nearby. Even after reaching another section of the forest, he cannot shake the feeling of being watched.
Okay, I'm still not hearing or seeing anything, but I get like the distinct feeling that something is watching me. There's something back there around somewhere. I think it's a mountain lion. It moved over there. It's over there somewhere. I feel like it knows I'm here and it's watching me. You can hear my every move.
The woods become quiet enough that every step feels exposed. An unfamiliar call suddenly comes from behind him.
Okay, what is that? What am I hearing? Okay, I don't think that's a mountain lion. No mountain lion sounds like that. What is that even? It's like not an elk or a moose. Certainly not a mountain lion. What even sounds like that?
It does not sound like a moose, elk, or mountain lion. Ray immediately drops to the ground, too frightened to continue moving. The creature eventually seems to move back uphill. As soon as the sound fades, Ray chooses the opposite direction and leaves the area without attempting to identify it. Genevieve creates personal travel videos centered on new experiences and solo adventures. During a road trip through Colorado, she decides to spend the night alone at a remote mountain campground. Rather than using a tent, she plans to sleep inside her car because it feels more secure.
So I decided a few weeks ago that it was really important to me to go to Telluride and do a camping trip by myself. And I'm not going to be camping in a tent. It's going to be like a real car camp. Like I'm going to sleep in my car. And I decided that made me feel like a lot safer, I guess.
As night approaches, Genevieve admits that the isolation is affecting her more than expected.
But I don't know, it's just, I'm so not used to this. Like I'm not used to camping, I'm not used to sleeping in my car. And I'm feeling, I guess, that like loneliness of realizing like if someone else was here, I would not feel this anxious. But it's like the fact that I'm alone, I'm like so far away from home and also just far away from like after driving 4 miles up the freaking wagon trail, and just realizing like I'm just kind of like we're definitely set back up here, and I don't know, it's just kind of overwhelming.
She knows the car offers protection, but being alone so far from home makes every sound outside feel more significant. A sudden screeching noise comes from the woods and immediately frightens her.
Oh, the other thing I was gonna say is totally like some animal in the woods like scared the crap out of me. I have no idea what it was. I think it was a moose. It made kind of a moose noise. But so like kind of, I won't show you because you can't really see anyway, but like kind of across from my campsite there's another trail that looks like it used to be a campsite, but they closed it and they have like a thing up that's like for restoration. And because I'm just like walking around bored, I just decided to walk up there to the hilltop and just like take some pictures and stuff. And then all of a sudden, like there was like, so it's like you're on the hill and it's like a little bit open, but like there's a bunch of trees and stuff like right behind. All of a sudden this loud, like, I don't even know how to describe it. This is why I don't know what animal it was. I don't even know what kind of noise this was, but it felt like kind of like a screechy, like I'm assuming like a moose noise.
She cannot determine whether she saw a head, antlers, or an entire animal. Her best guess is that it may have been a moose, but the dark figure remains hidden in the shadows near her campsite. Before sleeping, Genevieve reflects on how much anxiety the experience has created. She tries to stop imagining worst-case scenarios and reminds herself that uncertainty does not automatically mean something bad will happen. After attempting to sleep, her fears return.
I just could not stop thinking about all of my like worst-case scenarios of what I thought was gonna happen throughout the night and how worried I was about not sleeping, and then I really had to pee, and that was freaking me out because I so did not want to get out of the car. Like there was no part of me that was like, it was like pitch black outside. I was like, I am not getting out of this car.
The forest is completely still, and she becomes increasingly reluctant to leave the car, even though she desperately needs to use the bathroom. She climbs into the front seat and unlocks the car from inside, hoping to avoid making noise.
Like, my plan was like, okay, just take your shorts off. You're just gonna open the door, basically pee like next to the car, and just get right back in, and it's gonna be fine. So that did not happen. So it's like midnight, and I clamber into the front seat, half naked. I go to unlock the car from the inside of the car, like that button that's inside the door. The car unlocks, cool, no sound. But then I go to open the door and the alarm, like so loud. And again, it's like midnight.
Genevieve manages to silence it by starting the engine. Although embarrassing, stepping outside allows her to see the stars and briefly realize that nothing threatening is standing around the vehicle. She finally falls asleep, only to wake around 5 in the morning to a distinctly human-sounding tapping against the car.
I fell asleep, woke up around 2, was like weirdly wide awake at 2, and then like saw my watch and was like, oh my god, it's only 2. And I was like awake for like an hour, fell asleep probably again around 3, and then I was awoken around 5 by like someone tapping on my car. And it was like a very human sound. Like, it was as if someone was out there like that. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's probably like my camp neighbors. They're probably coming to like tell me how I ruined their night because of my car alarm. But no, I so wish I got this on film because I feel like you guys won't even believe it. But on my back, I'm just gonna like show you like the back of my car here. There's that little stand. And I hear the tapping. I don't know where it's coming from. And so I just like, I'm like looking all over the place. I'm like, oh my gosh, where's that coming from? And I didn't see it. And then the last place I look, and there's this like big ass bird, like right there.
After searching every window, she discovers a large bird perched on the back of the vehicle. It stares inside and repeatedly flaps against the glass before flying away, bringing the strange night to a harmless end. Exploring with Angelo visits remote locations connected to paranormal stories and unexplained encounters. After finishing his camp setup, Angelo notices something unusual in his peripheral vision.
Anyway, I'll enjoy my meal, and then I think all I gotta do is just organize a few things and we're pretty much good to go. So this is kind of strange. The sun hasn't even fully set yet. We're getting there, probably another 40 minutes or so. But every time I look off in this direction, I swear I see a person, like just kind of in the corner of my eye, and then I look and there's no one there. Also, my hand feels weird, but that's another story.
He repeatedly thinks he sees a person standing nearby, but whenever he turns to look, no one is there. As the evening becomes quieter, movement begins in the trees again. Angelo also hears another metallic sound from the direction of an empty trailer farther along the property.
It's been relatively quiet, surprisingly. I thought I heard some kind of movement, like there in the trees. I don't know if the person is back there at their trailer. I heard a clank too, so they might actually be back. We will go down that direction afterwards. I haven't even been down by the river, been so busy dealing with the camp.
A childlike laugh suddenly comes from behind the campsite.
I swear I just heard like a child laughing back there. Maybe those people did come back and their kids like running around or laughing or something. Don't know.
He initially assumes that a family may have returned to the trailer, although he cannot see anyone nearby. During a spirit box session, more movement is heard around the camp. The possibility that no children are actually present makes the earlier laughter much harder to explain. Angelo walks down toward the water and hears something moving near the shoreline.
I think. Oh yeah, I see the sand dunes. I just heard something move in the water, but before that I heard a child like laughing again. Which is weird because I thought I heard that and there's no one here. I mean, I definitely heard that earlier. Hello? There's no one here.
Before that sound, the same childlike laugh returns. He checks the surrounding area and confirms that no one is visible. Farther into the darkness, he briefly believes he sees a pair of eyes.
I think I just saw eyes. There are wolves out here. We do gotta be cautious. I thought I saw eyes. Unless it was just a reflection from my light.
A moment later, a distinct voice answers from somewhere beyond his flashlight.
Alright, let's just backtrack and go back this way for now. That was a voice. Hello? It's weird because the voices are not. Is that a fish?
Unusual clicking and movement continue from across the water. Each time Angelo turns away, another sound seems to come from the same direction.
What's that? Someone's making some weird noises over there. Is there something in the water that I can't see?
Back at camp, a noise erupts from inside the tent. Angelo immediately checks it and finds nothing there, even though the sound resembled a child moving around inside.
That sounded like it was from in the tent. There's no one in there. Okay, that's weird. I'm really confused. What in the hell just happened?
Something then approaches through the darkness. His camera unexpectedly detects the shape of a person near the trees, and a low growl follows from the same area.
It just sounded like something was coming in my direction. Okay, that's weird. My camera's focusing on a person. Okay, right there. I heard a growl though.
The atmosphere changes again as the camera locks onto an invisible human figure beside him, rather than focusing on Angelo.
Also, I can see my camera is focusing on a person right here. That is really strange. It's not even like focusing on me. Why is it doing that?
Movement comes close to the campsite and something appears to strike the tent.
I don't know what that was. I heard like movement and then it sounded like something hit the tent, I think. What the hell is my shoe here? I did not put that there. So confused. Okay. That was weird.
Angelo cannot see what caused it, but the repeated sounds make it clear that the night is not as empty as it first appeared. Near Shadows explores isolated locations using apps and devices intended to generate paranormal responses. During this investigation, Jeremy follows a Randonautica coordinate down a long road and discovers that it has led him to an unfamiliar cemetery.
Mount Hope Cemetery? Holy shit. This road is creepy. Oh, there's a car coming, man. Hold on.
The area is almost completely dark when he steps outside. Before entering the cemetery, he can already hear movement around the property.
Alright, guys. I'm already hearing noises. This is like the oldest cemetery I've ever seen. I think it's starting to snow a little. Guys, smash that like button. Do I? Oh, please tell me I have my... Oh, whew, my flashlight. Look at this, guys. Look at... What the heck? Mount Hope Cemetery.
Near the entrance, Jeremy notices a disturbing doll attached to a tree. For a moment, he believes it may be something real watching him from above.
This is a lot creepy, actually. What the heck is that? Jesus. Is that's not real? Is that real? No, that's not real. Whew, that scared the shit out of me. Look at, up on the tree right there. It's like a little bear statue.
Beside the doll, he finds a paper describing a girl named Mary Poole.
Mount Hope Settlement. Mount Hope Settlement Ledger 1846. Entry number 27. Name Mary Poole. Age 7 years. Status lost. Lost is like all capitalized. Notes of the gravekeeper. The settler's child Mary Poole was found wandering near the northern ridge. Mud upon the hem of her dress, eyes fixed toward the hollow beyond the oaks. No guardian nearby, no tracks but hers.
The message suggests that she entered the woods alone and later heard a voice that did not belong to her.
When spoken to, the child did not answer. She lifted her hand, pointed toward the old stones, the ones left unmarked by the traveling person. I felt a coldness along my spine at her gesture. A whisper followed, though not from her lips. Do you hear me now? With the question mark. Further remarks. Second occurrence this month of communication attempted near the Poole family plots. The child appears only at dusk, never in full daylight. The air grows still before her arrival. Recommendation: mark the area, return with caution. The girl seeks a voice to answer her. What does that mean?
Jeremy activates the Spirit Talker application. Almost immediately, it produces phrases about making contact and controlling the graveyard.
Oh, okay, let's get it going.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't. Right. Oh, shit.
We're making contact.
We're making contact. Okay, guys, bear with me.
I control this place.
You control this place? I'm genuinely getting the creep.
Graveyard.
Yes, we are in a graveyard. Okay, I'm turning this light around. I can't see. It's creeping me out.
While examining an unusual wooden burial marker, Jeremy hears footsteps moving through the cemetery. The device then states that someone remembers their death.
Is this a burial, guys? Hello? It sounded like somebody just went doo-doo, like took footsteps going this way.
I remember my death.
You remember your death? Who's buried here? Guys, why is this wooden?
Another sound comes from the surrounding cornfield. At the same moment, the application claims that the communicating presence is only 7 years old. A high-pitched scream carries across the field.
What the fuck is that? Sounds like women screaming in the corn. Or coyotes.
Jeremy considers whether it could be coyotes, although it sounds disturbingly similar to women screaming. A metallic creaking begins somewhere beyond the graves. It resembles an old swing moving back and forth, despite there being no playground nearby. Jeremy notices several glowing eyes watching him from the field.
Yeah, I heard your voice. I don't mean any harm. What the hell? There's something in the field with glowing eyes. What the fuck is that? They're watching me, whatever it is. 2 glowing eyes. 3. Who's over there? What's over there?
More points of light appear as he continues filming. A howl then travels through the cemetery.
Or is there some...
Nervous.
What the fuck was that? This sounds like a wolf. What the... Oh my god, this sounds like a wolf howling. This sounds like a wolf, man. Guys, that's a wolf. There's no wolves here. Oh my god. Why does that sound like a wolf?
Vengeance.
Where's my... I thought I lost my flashlight. There it is again.
Jeremy says it sounds exactly like a wolf, even though wolves are not normally found in the area. Heavy movement follows through the leaves around him. Near one of the older graves, intense warmth suddenly spreads across his back.
Do you want to be friends with me?
Lie.
Lie? I have this really bad heat. This heat on my back, my lower right back. I mean, it's not a painful feeling or anything. It's kind of comforting, but it's... Do you have your arms around me right now from the back?
Jeremy feels as though someone has wrapped their arms around him, and he becomes overwhelmed by sadness until the name Beverly appears. While crouching beside the grave, something strikes his foot from beneath the ground. The spirit talker immediately becomes hostile, prompting Jeremy to apologize and step away.
If that was you who put your arms around me, thank you for sharing. Seems like you had a lot of sadness and loss in your life.
As he prepares to leave, dizziness and pressure build in his chest. Feeling surrounded, he firmly tells every presence in the cemetery that none of them has permission to follow him home. Cursed Urban is a paranormal exploration channel run by Dan, who frequently investigates forests connected to strange sightings and unexplained activity. For this trip, he is joined by his friend Colby as they return to an area they call the Bigfoot Forest. Before darkness fully settles over the trail, the two hear a faint knock coming from somewhere deeper in the woods.
Cool, guys. Well, probably head back to the main trail from here. Maybe head back to the car, re-up on our bug spray, and then head back in.
Yeah, by the time we get back, it should be dark.
Easily. Whoa.
There's a bird.
Yeah. Yo!
What? No.
That was a knock. Very quiet. You heard that, right?
At first I didn't, and then it processed.
Colby initially needs a moment to process the sound, but Dan recognizes it immediately. He has heard similar knocks in this same area during previous investigations.
But that was like, that was for sure a knock. Very quiet. Yeah, no, I don't blame you for not picking that up right away, because like hearing it enough times, like that's what I know to like listen for.
Yeah.
But but if you don't know, like it kind of just sounds like whatever, you know? But when that stuff happens like close to you, like within like 20, 30 feet, dude, it's crazy. That's what we're looking for though. That was definitely a knock back there.
Once the forest becomes almost completely dark, they stop in an area where Colby has been feeling uneasy. They switch to night vision and begin an EVP session, introducing themselves and asking whether anyone is present.
If there's anyone here with us right now, my name is Dan. This is my friend Colby. We mean you no harm. All we are interested in is learning more about this land, learning more about your home. We do not mean to trespass or take anything from you or away from here. So I'm going to be using a device. Simply speak to it like you were speaking to us, and we'll be able to hear you and maybe hear what you have to say. So let me get going here.
When they replay one of their recordings, a clear voice appears to say hello.
No way. That was clear as day. That was a hello. It wasn't anybody talking over there.
My heart just like dropped. My stomach just like dropped. Something.
That was like.
The response sounds extremely close, almost as though someone had been standing beside them. Seconds later, another knock comes from the direction of a strange structure they believe could be a Bigfoot nest.
Yo!
That's over there.
Dude, that's
right over there.
That is over. You know what? Dude, you know what that is? Over there?
Is that the
That's
nest?
where the nest is.
Let me pull my out. Alright, we heard it like right somewhere over there.
Focus camera. The camera's not focusing. There we go. Dude, that came from right. That sounded like a knock. That sounded like another knock, right?
Yeah. Because I slightly heard that one earlier. That sounded like it was right over there.
Yeah, that was close.
They decide to follow the sound and make their way toward the structure. The forest grows unusually quiet as they arrive, with almost no wildlife making noise around them. Without warning, something lands beside them with the sound of a heavy rock.
Bro, it's so quiet out here now. It's literally...
Bro, it sounded like a rock.
No, I saw something, dude. Something just...
That sounded like a rock, and it was right next to us.
Something was thrown at us.
That scared the shit out of me.
No, something was thrown at us. I saw something like land, like right by us. You see anything?
I don't see shit. I hear a frog. That's the only wildlife I've heard in a while, too.
Oh! Yo, that way. Something just broke a tree back there. That was a loud ass crack, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That was a loud ass crack.
We going to look?
No, I don't think we should.
For real?
Dude, we should never come here.
Is it usually not this serious out here?
No, it's never been like this.
When they find a large rock nearby, Dan worries that something may have deliberately thrown it toward them. A deep growl erupts close to the structure.
See, maybe this was a mistake, dude.
Holy
All right, now it's time to go.
That was a growl. Go.
Now it's time
Go.
I don't even know.
Dude, that was a growl.
Where's the trail?
Up here. Yo, dude, that was The main trail's right up here.
Both men immediately run toward the main trail, convinced that the sound came from something large.
Dude, that was a growl. 100%.
Yes.
What do you think it was?
I don't know. It was loud and deep.
As they continue toward the car, movement in the trees appears to block their route. With their lights turned off, Colby spots two glowing eyes behind a tree at a height of roughly 8 feet.
Kill lights, kill lights, kill lights.
Something is trying to cut us off right now.
You think so?
Absolutely. Where do we go?
So you think whatever was throwing stuff at it, like
It's trying to cut us off. That's where that just came from. Oh.
yeah, lights off and just like press our way out.
Are you getting in front with the night vision?
Yeah, I got you. I just right up behind the tree, I just saw two eyes standing like 8 feet tall. I saw two glowing eyes, and then we heard that noise.
More sounds begin answering one another from different parts of the forest. Believing that multiple creatures may be communicating, they keep moving until they finally reach safety outside the trees. Paranormal Discovery explores isolated locations associated with cryptids and unexplained energy. During this investigation, the group camps beside a lake in an area known for frequent grisly activity. Despite the risk, one investigator decides to enter the forest alone after dark.
Well, I'm about to go off into the darkness by myself. I just wanted to mention this before I do go off. So, where we are right now is a very hefty, established grizzly habitat. So, yeah, we're in grizzly country, so I got this. That's one thing that I am worried about, but we do have to be very, very careful.
Once away from camp, he follows a narrow trail through the woods. The wind has died down, allowing him to hear strange barking sounds coming from somewhere across the lake.
Oh boy, the wind too died down, so we're gonna hear things a lot clearer now. Alright, I had to crop it a bit for stability, so it should be a lot more stable now. Okay. It is very creepy. Hello? I'm looking for the caribou Sasquatch. Hearing like barking. What is that? It's literal barking.
The barking becomes louder as he discovers another path.
What the f*** is that? Okay. It's getting louder the more I...
The moment he switches the setting on his flashlight, a sudden sound comes from the darkness, and the barking abruptly stops.
Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck was that? Right when I changed my light. What's there? And that barking stopped. What the f just happened? Okay. Okay.
His confidence begins to fade as an intense feeling settles over the area. He describes the energy as ancient and unsettling. While scanning the trees, he briefly sees a shadow moving ahead of him.
Hello? Okay, I just saw like a shadow. Dead ass, just saw a shadow.
When he activates the brighter spotlight again, another disturbance immediately follows. Each time the stronger light is used, something appears to react from beyond the trees.
There's a bunch of moss on these trees, bro. This is scary looking. What made that sound though? Like change the light, the spotlight. Oh my fucking. Oh shit. Yo. What the fuck is there? What is that? It doesn't like the spotlight. What's there? It doesn't like the spotlight. Whoa. Oh. Are you f***ing kidding me? Okay, I'll leave it on this. What the f***? Dead ass. Does not like the spotlight.
He calls into the forest and asks whether a Bigfoot is nearby. After attempting to create a knocking sound with a stick, the entire area becomes strangely silent.
Can you reply to this? 1 sec. Make it louder. Can you reply to this, please? If you were a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot. This keeps breaking. It's the best stick I can find, but. Oh shit.
His throat suddenly becomes dry and uncomfortable. At the same time, another distinct knock comes from the woods.
Oh man, something's in my throat. Ah. Oh shit. It's really throwing me off here. Like really throwing me off. Hello? There it is. It's tree knocking. Yeah, that's some sort of knock. Oh, what is going on?
He begins tearing up and struggles to understand why his body is reacting so strongly. Movement continues around the trail as he uses a spirit communication application. The device mentions bad energy just as the pressure in his throat returns. A final sound comes from farther down the path. Although he wants to continue, the feeling becomes too intense.
Hello? What the f? Oh. What was that? It came from down there.
Wholeness.
Wholeness? Okay. Fuck, I feel like I went way too far to not do this. I don't want to pussy out, you know what I mean? I came all the way to the west coast and I don't want to pussy out here. Oh my god.
He finally listens to his instincts and begins retreating. While trying to leave, he temporarily loses the path in the darkness. He eventually finds his way back, deciding that whatever was deeper in the forest was not worth following. Outdoor girl Sophie shares peaceful solo adventures in the Scandinavian wilderness. On the warmest day recorded in Denmark for 80 years, she heads into a coastal forest for an overnight camping trip.
My name is Sophie. We're in the middle of a heat wave, and today is actually the warmest day that has been recorded in Denmark for 80 years. It is extremely warm, but I did decide to come out here in the forest and do some camping.
However, the forecast is already warning of thunder and heavy rain. After a long and exhausting hike through the heat, Sophie finally reaches the coastline. The beach appears calm and inviting, giving her a chance to cool down before choosing a place to camp.
That was a really long and tough hike.
Finding a tent spot proves more uncomfortable than expected.
Pretty nice to put up the tent here. But I don't really know if I dare. There's still a lot of people on the beach. But I guess I'm not harming anyone by camping here. But I'm not sure if everyone agrees. And I really don't like if people get mad at me or think I'm doing something annoying.
Several people are still using the beach, and Sophie worries that someone may object to her camping there. With evening approaching, she eventually decides to set up anyway. Inside the tent, the heat remains intense. Small insects begin gathering outside, which Sophie believes could be thunderflies arriving ahead of the predicted cloudburst. As the beach empties, she attaches the tent's outer layer in preparation for the storm.
So now I'm ready for that thunderstorm. And now I actually think I'm gonna jump to bed, even though it is just so warm. I am sweating from just sitting still.
Despite the temperature, she settles down and attempts to sleep. Not long afterward, thunder begins rumbling in the distance and lightning flashes outside. The storm still sounds far away, so she stays inside and hopes it will pass without reaching the beach. By early morning, the conditions have completely changed. Heavy rain has fallen through the night, and the wind is now strong enough to push against the unsupported tent. Her boyfriend calls to warn her that the wind is expected to become much worse by 8 o'clock. Sophie packs everything she can while remaining inside.
So I got everything packed up inside the tent. Now I guess I have to get out there in the rain and pack the tent down. I'm wearing a wool t-shirt and my hiking pants. Not sure how that's gonna be, but there's nothing else I can do.
She then steps into the rain and quickly takes down the tent, becoming soaked almost immediately because she brought no waterproof clothing.
I got everything packed up super quickly and I'm already soaking wet. This was not a good idea to not bring any rain gear. Now I have to walk for an hour to get back to the car.
Instead of the peaceful swim and morning coffee she had imagined, she begins the long walk back through the wet forest. She reaches the car shortly before the wind is expected to peak, relieved that she left the exposed beach before the worst of the storm arrived. Chad explores abandoned and reportedly haunted buildings. In this video, he enters the former Remington Arms ammunition factory, where workers were killed during a deadly industrial explosion. As Chad moves deeper into the factory, the floor becomes increasingly dangerous.
I wish they didn't cover it in plastic, man. It would look cooler. Look at this thing. Whoa, dude. Look at this. This thing used to just like roll right across here. See this thing on wheels here, bro?
What?
Dude, check this out. Something, yeah. Look at this guy.
You know what? This dumped into the holes.
Yeah, it rolls back and forth. There's a bunch of holes here.
He reaches an area filled with holes and narrowly avoids stepping into one of them. The investigators discuss the building's history while examining the machinery. They explain that ammunition once exploded inside the factory, killing several workers whose deaths were reported in local newspapers.
People that were working here during the explosion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Ammunition blew up.
Yeah. Ammunition blew up. Pretty crappy way to go, man. That wasn't the best day of work for those guys.
Despite warning tape blocking the way, they climb toward another level.
I'm brave.
Brave.
That's the word most people use with me. I'm brave. Now, let me turn my camera around. All right. They cautioned off this floor, and it's gotta be for a reason. Oh, you know why? Because that floor we were just on, we just talked about the ceiling caving in. So that's why.
See these pipes, bro?
Hey, where does this go?
Look down.
Oh my God.
Look up. Look upwards. There's boards way up there.
The ceiling below is already collapsing, and massive pieces of concrete hang above the unstable walkways. Higher inside the building, Chad crawls into an enormous industrial machine.
Whoa, look. Look up, guys. Look up. Right here, inside the machine. There's the machine that goes all the way up. I'm literally inside of it right now. Literally inside of it. This is crazy. I probably shouldn't be, because if this thing falls, I probably wouldn't die in here. Dude, look at this.
Cast metal in there.
What am I stepping on? Okay.
Shoot it down the chute, melt it up.
Old molten metal is still hardened across its interior, while the open structure leaves him dangerously exposed to the floors below. Chad calls out and asks whether anyone is present. His camera screen suddenly begins flickering, something he says he has never seen it do before.
What's flickering?
I've never seen it flicker like that before.
Yeah, right.
It's weird. Oh, what was that?
I just seen something. Up in the top right, those tubes. To the right, Herm. Right
there. There it is.
It's back.
It looks like a guy working.
Dude.
He's working on the tubes.
Oh my God, look. Herm, where are you?
Don't move it from there.
Yeah, don't move.
Keep it right on that.
A figure appears on the screen near a row of tubes. Its movements resemble a man working on the old equipment.
To it, dude. It's just chilling there.
Which way do I go?
You're right.
Look at that.
Yeah, but you have to
go around the machine, dude. He's sitting there chilling, dude. Don't try to touch him.
He's got to be working on those tubes or something.
Yeah,
he's a worker.
As Chad attempts to approach, the figure disappears. The shape returns in the same area several times. Each appearance seems connected to the tubes, leading the group to wonder whether a worker may have died while operating the machinery. They continue watching as the figure appears behind a metal railing and then returns to the tubes.
It looks like over here is where that spirit was working. Looked like he was working on those tube things. Never seen him again behind this fence right here. Metal railings is where we've seen him last. So let's see what else we could catch.
There he is.
There he is. He's working on the tubes again, man. Oh, now he just...
Dude, it looked like he shot towards us.
That is crazy, man. There's something about those tubes. They're attached to them.
There's the molten tubes.
Maybe somebody fell in it and died, and they're just like attached to it.
Yeah, like maybe they can't get out of it or something.
Well, thank you for coming out. You want to show yourself one more time? Get ready to wrap it up.
As the investigation ends, a small red object shoots through the frame.
You saw that?
Yeah, I got it.
You saw that?
Yeah, I got it on film. I don't know what it was.
It looked like an orb or something. It was red too. That was weird.
Red orb.
Yeah, it was red.
Well, we'll see it on the video.
Neither investigator sees it in person, but Chad believes the camera may have captured one final unexplained anomaly. Search for Supernatural investigates locations connected to paranormal stories and unexplained activity. For this video, the team visits a remote ranch surrounded by woods, where strange whistles, footsteps, and knocking sounds had already been reported before filming began. The investigators walk toward a bridge where a woman and her child are said to have died during the 1800s.
I'll tell you this, man. It's about as quiet as could be. A lady died here in the 1800s and her child drowned here. And they say you can hear what sounds like, I don't know, a baby crying or something.
There we go.
So, here's the bridge. I don't know, man.
As they step farther over the water, they hear a faint sound resembling a woman crying.
I mean,
you hear that? That sounded like a crying. You hear that?
I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but it sounds like a lady crying.
Sounds like she's whimpering, like, this is unreal.
A noise comes from the darkness beside the bridge. Both men begin feeling as though someone is watching whenever their lights are pointed in another direction.
Creepy feeling, dude.
I have a feeling that like someone's watching us, you know, like every time we look away they're watching from our right or like our left. It's crazy, man.
I've been many places in my journeys, in my in my background.
Oh, you heard that?
You got a flashlight, use it.
I am. I don't see anything.
We just heard. We just heard what sounded like something rustling right there.
Rustling then starts close to the trail. After leaving the bridge, one of them hears a man's voice behind them.
No, if you turn around, like you feel something behind you, you gotta keep your light forwards because you have that light behind you already. And then I'll turn.
So there's a story about an abandoned house up here.
Oh. What?
I just heard somebody's voice.
Nah, bro, I'm getting creeped out. Come on. This is crazy.
The other initially jokes that it was only his own voice, but the mood changes as they continue toward an abandoned house.
To the thing. I don't know if you can see, but that trail is cut right.
What the fuck was that?
Alright. Let's get back on the fucking road.
A sudden noise erupts beside the narrow trail. Both investigators rush back toward the main road before noticing the abandoned house standing just ahead of them. As they pass the building, footsteps begin following them. One of the men spots what he believes is a person standing farther back in the darkness.
What? Footsteps. Nah, bro, come on. Stop this. They ain't doing this.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold up, there's somebody over here.
No, come on. I ain't doing that. Chill.
I'm dead ass.
Alright, chill. Come on, I'm not doing this.
Yo!
Yo, chill. Nah, please.
A faint female voice joins the footsteps. The sounds continue directly behind them whenever they start walking, causing both men to hurry away from the house.
Come on, I can't see anything over there.
You got a fucking flashlight. Bro!
What?
There was a lady's voice.
Nah, bro. I hear that. Dude, can we come on?
Bro, I'm hearing footsteps right behind me. Hey, jump out in front of me. Oh! Nah, bro, nah.
Once they reach the others, they explain that the voice sounded like an elderly woman calling from the woods. They also describe footsteps that repeatedly moved closer each time they stopped. Inside the house, they begin a spirit communication session. The device produces the word devil, followed by a statement about having been there for 500 years.
I want to leave now. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of want to leave now.
You saying the devil haunts this house? I've never heard that word come through. Ever.
I can't talk. What the fuck?
I've been here 500 years.
Dude, I want to leave. I'm not joking with you. I want to leave.
One investigator immediately wants to leave. The device then mentions a cupboard and describes the house as nasty. At the same moment, another sound comes from upstairs, increasing the tension inside the room.
It's very nasty here.
Why is it nasty here? What makes it nasty here?
I'm telling you.
You heard that upstairs?
Yes, can we get out of here?
Bro, stay put.
I'm not joking with you, bro. This is fucking scary as shit.
Settle the fuck down. Why are you tripping right now, bro? It's saying a couple words. What the fuck? We're good. You alright? This is what we came here to do. Why are you scaring my friend Luke?
Soon afterward, the room becomes noticeably cold and the word river appears, possibly connecting the responses to the water behind the property. They finish in the basement, near an area believed to contain a portal. While setting up equipment, one investigator sees a light travel across the entire wall, although no clear source can be found.
What the fuck was that? Oh, sorry.
Hold up, dog. I just saw a light go across this wall all the way to back there. And I thought it was your camera. Hold on. Nah, bro, the light just went across the whole fucking wall. It went straight from here, man.
I had it. I was looking that way with the camera.
Haunted Finders investigates historic locations using recording equipment and spirit communication devices. In this video, the family explores an unfamiliar section of Sherwood Forest, a place associated with centuries of folklore and paranormal encounters. They begin by placing a recorder beside the trail and asking whether anyone connected to the forest would like to communicate.
Is there anybody here connected to Sherwood Forest that would like to talk to us? My name's Tom, and this is my daughter Amelia. We just want to talk. Did you used to live inside the forest?
The questions focus on the people who may once have lived within the woods. During playback, a voice appears to begin with the phrase, "My name is," followed by words that are difficult to understand.
Did you used to live inside the forest?
Yeah.
The response is unclear, but it sounds noticeably different from the surrounding forest noise. They move deeper into the trees and try another recording. This time, the playback appears to contain a voice asking who they are or who goes there.
That's 3 syllables at the end. Who goes there? We're intruding. That's someone who don't know who we are. That's asking, like, who are you? Who goes there? That's what they used to say. Who goes there?
Another recording produces what sounds like the word murder.
That's a murder. At the end.
The investigators acknowledge the response before deciding to continue farther along the trail. A spirit communication application begins forming a possible story. It mentions remains in the forest, followed by the phrases, "she shot me," and "challenge."
I can imagine that there are a lot of people that are buried here in unmarked graves. A lot happened in the history of this place. I can imagine there was a lot of death here.
She shot me.
She shot you? Who shot you? So that could be with what? A gun or an arrow?
While attempting to record a name, a loud knock suddenly comes from one of the trees. The sound is especially strange because they are surrounded by dense forest with no nearby paths.
Can you tell me what you were shot with? Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that was like...
What?
Over there somewhere. It just sounded like someone was knocking on one of the trees, like really loud. I don't know whether the microphone would have picked that up. But I did hear someone walking through there a minute ago as well. There's no paths here, this is all just dense forest.
The device then states that he is here. They ask whether this is the same presence that has been walking nearby and making the knocking sounds. Something heavy begins crashing through the undergrowth. They search for an animal, but see nothing moving between the trees.
Something big was crashing through there then. It might be on the camera audio. Again, that's just dense forest. I've been looking to see if there's like any deer or anything, but I've not seen any animals at all.
The footsteps sound heavier than the deer they have previously encountered. The word screaming appears through the device. This reminds them of a previous night in Sherwood Forest when they heard a woman-like scream that they were unable to match with any local animal. With several unusual responses recorded, the family ends the session and leaves the area calmly. They plan to review the voices more closely and return for a nighttime investigation. Haunted Finders arrives at Sudbury Hall, a historic estate surrounded by stories of unexplained activity. Before entering the main building, the creator searches the grounds for an old private church and graveyard hidden beside the hall.
Now, I'm going to take you through the hall in a bit, and I'm hoping I'm going to be able to find a space in there to do some EVPs. Apparently this place is extremely haunted, but there is also a hidden church and graveyard. So I want to find that, and hopefully I'll be able to get some time on my own there to carry out some EVPs and stuff. Now the grounds here, the house and the church are said to be haunted.
Once he finds it, he moves away from the busier paths and begins looking for a quiet place to record.
All the old graves, the old church, size of that tree. So this church would have originally been private to the house. So I can imagine there are a lot of family members buried in here. But what I'm going to do is take a little walk around the back of the church, because I think he's lawn mowing some of that bit. I don't know. There he is. Enjoying the sun. Go and find a little spot where I can hopefully do a couple of EVPs and see if we get anything. Like I said, this is supposed to be a very haunted location.
He settles near the oldest graves and starts an EVP session.
old section. Should try a little recording over here. Let's just see if anyone will talk to us. It's quite quiet at the minute, so hopefully we can get a few bits done here in the churchyard. I'm hoping I can get some done in the house, but I will show you the house as well. Is there anybody that's connected to the church or Sudbury Hall that would like to talk to us?
At first, the churchyard remains peaceful. Then, while reviewing one of the recordings, he hears what sounds like a voice saying, "You can bring us back."
That's a bit creepy, that.
Right.
What's that saying? You can something back. You can something back.
Come here.
What is that? I'm gonna have to enhance that one. That's pretty eerie though. It says, you can something. You can something back. You can bring us back.
So it says in here.
What? Listen, it says you can bring us back.
The wording immediately catches his attention. He wonders whether the spirits mean that recording their voices somehow allows their memories to return. As he continues through the graveyard, another sound breaks the silence.
Let's play this, see if anything answered.
Dad just said that again, yeah, that's weird.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Should we move down here a bit?
What is that? Do you think it's an animal or like?
I don't know, it sounds too heavy.
Yeah, I know.
Because it doesn't sound like, see if it was a squirrel or something like that, you'd hear it scuttering. And it's not a scutter, it's a footstep. Squirrels, they run through the leaves. So I can't, and there's no animals there, it's weird. See, there's a bench there, look, because that's a footpath, but there's nobody there.
Oh my god.
So it's almost like someone's walked up the footpath or down it.
Yeah, it's weird.
Let's have a little walk down here.
Heavy footsteps seem to move through the leaves nearby. He checks the pathway and scans the surrounding graves, but nobody is there.
Who is here with us? My name's Tom, and this is my daughter Amelia. Who's here? Can you tell us your name?
Who is here with us? My name's Tom, and this is my daughter Amelia. Who's here? Can you tell us your name?
Nothing. That's weird, isn't it? It said we'll bring you back, and then hasn't spoke since.
Did you hear something walking again? That all around?
No, I didn't hear that time. I wasn't paying attention.
The movement sounds too slow and deliberate to be a squirrel. Each time he listens, it seems as though someone is approaching without ever appearing. After leaving the churchyard, Haunted Finders enters Sudbury Hall.
Yeah, look at that. How amazing is that? So we are gonna go in there and hopefully I can find a nice little quiet spot and try and do a recording. But yeah, such an amazing place and so much history as well.
The building is crowded with visitors and staff, making a proper investigation difficult.
Would you wear this, Amelia?
Did I know that?
You would wear that. Oh yeah. Fun frocks and fancy dress. Look at the clothes.
Dad, look at the little shoes.
Dress outfit, look. That was my old outfit in the 90s. I've literally got, I think I've got photos of me in that outfit. Ah. The room's huge. Absolutely huge. It's impossible.
He eventually reaches the basement and quickly records another question while the area is briefly empty. Once outside, he reviews the basement recording. Beneath the background noise, a faint response appears to say, "They're watching."
They're watching. That's almost like they were telling me that the staff members are watching. They're watching. That's weird.
What?
So obviously the whole time I've been walking around, there's been staff everywhere. Like you go into a room and they follow you in there and stuff.
Yeah.
I managed to get into that far end of the basement to do a short recording. And I got a response on there that says they're watching. So it's almost like it was warning me that the staff are watching. So, right, listen. Can you hear that? Listen at the start.
Yeah, they're watching.
They're watching.
The message feels strangely appropriate after spending the entire visit feeling observed by staff members inside the hall. A final recording from the museum produces another possible voice. This one sounds like, "Let me out."
Why do dolls always look like them staring at you? Just give me the creeps. Right, let's have a little play of that recording that I did inside there to see if there's anything on it. What? Let me out. Let me get out. On my days it says, let me out. Let me get out. What? That's weird as well, because that section where I did the EVP was all about chimney sweeps, children being chimney sweeps. That's weird. That's actually really interesting, but also pretty crazy as well.
None of the responses are perfectly clear, but combined with the unexplained footsteps in the graveyard, they leave haunted finders with several unusual moments to examine after leaving the estate. Creepy Travels begins a nighttime walk through a graveyard where the creator previously recorded one of his earliest unexplained encounters.
Hello, you sexy, perverted beast. We're down here at a graveyard. It is feeling a little creepy down here though.
Almost immediately, he hears movement deeper among the graves.
I just heard something. This is a graveyard that don't have deers or nothing. Could be a dog though. Hang on. I don't know. I keep hearing something. We're down into the deeper part of the graveyard.
While descending a steep bank, he notices what looks like somebody standing beside a tree.
I could have swore I just saw somebody standing next to that tree. This is where my first video I ever did come from, where I saw my first, I don't even think it was a shadow bastard. It went from the ground straight up into the air, real high up, and then it went back down. It did it several times right in front of me. Camera barely caught it, but it caught it. But in my eyes, I seen it clearly.
The figure disappears before he can get a clear view. He explains that a similar shadow had appeared during an earlier visit. On that occasion, it seemed to rise from the ground before dropping back down. As he returns to the same section of the cemetery, another sound comes from the darkness. He stops repeatedly, trying to decide whether an animal or a person is following him.
Then I would have had it saved. What in the hell was that? I don't think I want to see what that was.
Near one of the graves, he discovers an owl decoration and a clean pair of women's boots placed beside a tree.
Why would somebody put an owl on a grave? What is that? Those are a pair of boots. Those are a pair of Uggs. Aren't Uggs expensive? They're not wet. They're not damp. The bottoms are like brand new. The insides are like brand new. Those are Uggs.
The boots appear almost new, with little dirt or moisture on them. Their position seems unusual, especially because no one else appears to be nearby. A dark shape then becomes visible farther down the cemetery.
Hang on, we'll try to zoom. It disappeared again. The damn thing disappeared again. This is what happened on the other video, people. This is what happened on the other video. That's my car. This is exactly what happened on the other video. There'll be a shadow. And then it just disappears. Completely disappeared.
It remains in view for a moment before vanishing completely. The disappearance reminds him of what happened during his previous recording. As he tries to relocate it, he also notices recently disturbed soil around a grave belonging to someone who died years earlier.
Now this is fresh dug, but it was 2 years ago. This wasn't here last time. This has been redug. They died over 2 years ago. And this is fresh soil. That's a little weird. I just heard somebody holler out to me. What in the hell?
The figure appears again. Through the camera zoom, its posture briefly looks distorted, almost as though its knees bend the wrong way.
Let me try zooming back in, people. Alright, quality sucks when I do that. Sorry. That thing is distorted. It's hard to focus while it's on zoom. You just barely move the camera and it slings it. There it is. Now, is that a person or the shadow bastard? At one moment, it looked distorted, like its knees were bent backwards. Now it's gone. Now it's freaking gone. Every time it goes over here, it just disappears.
Before he can stabilize the image, it moves behind the trees and disappears once more. Believing the figure has moved toward his vehicle, he walks quickly through the cemetery. There is only one tree behind the car where someone could hide, yet he finds nobody there. As he prepares to leave, something suddenly runs across the concrete behind him.
I don't know if y'all heard that or not. Something made a noise right here at this fence. When you see my light and camera go different directions, that's me putting the light under my arm so I can use my hand to scratch under my shirt where something's eating me alive. Oh no, I don't see it no more. I've looked everywhere. That bugs.
The rapid footsteps are close enough to make him spin around, but the road is empty. With the cemetery still silent around his car, he decides it is time to go. Dead Appalachia heads into the rural mountains near Roan Mountain, Tennessee, to investigate 3 lesser-known locations. The first is an abandoned railroad tunnel associated with flood victims, fatal construction accidents, and rumors of occult gatherings.
But this tunnel has a history darker than pitch. According to many locals, this tunnel is frequented by a satanic cult. And some say this cult has done human sacrifices in the tunnel. Fucking yikes. I don't really believe that, as doing so would cause so much heat from the police to come raining down on them. But others say that they actually sacrifice like chickens and dogs and shit. I could see that. Does not really make me feel any better about the place. Also, in like 1924, the Doe River flooded the entire area, taking a good bit of folks off the census. And so people say that those people who died haunt the tunnel. Plenty of spooky shit going on.
After that, the group plans to visit Birchfield Cemetery and a nearby road said to be haunted by a woman in white.
Alright, let's bring up the light here. Well, that does not bode well. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, at least we know there's no Satanist cultist here. It's gonna, eat our flesh and sacrifice us to Raoul the Dark One.
Inside the tunnel, the darkness quickly becomes uncomfortable. Smoke drifts from deeper inside, suggesting that someone may be camping there. Dead Appalachia begins an EMF session before leaving. When he asks whether spirits remain from the tunnel's accidents, the device responds.
It's great for talking to ghosts if there are any ghosts. There may be some with us. Basically, you just ask them yes and no questions, and if they touch the device, you know, that means it's a yes, or if they don't touch it, it's a no. Are there any spirits in here? Is there anyone that was killed during the mining and building incidents? Or anyone that has been killed during human sacrifices? You still reside here in this tunnel where you were killed?
It rises again when he asks about alleged sacrifices.
Damn. Are there still cultists practicing that kind of stuff here? If the answer is yes, touch this device. You see that? When I ask a question, it goes up, and then when I'm done asking the question, it goes back to nothing. So this place really could be haunted. I mean, I just got definite yes and no answers with this thing.
The timing is unusually specific, with the readings dropping each time he finishes speaking. The investigation then moves to Birchfield Cemetery. According to local stories, a woman named Glinda or Victoria was killed after being accused of witchcraft and having affairs with local men. The oldest section contains weathered stones, including a Civil War grave and markers that can barely be read.
This one's really, really old. I can't even read what that says. It looks like it's carved in with like a knife or something, or a chisel.
Despite several questions, the cemetery produces almost nothing. The EMF meter gives only a weak flicker, while the spirit box offers no clear response. Rather than forcing a conclusion, Dead Appalachia accepts that the graveyard may simply be quiet. After dark, he walks alone along Dark Hollow Road. Local legend claims the woman in white appears beside vehicles or jumps into truck beds.
People have claimed, as I said before, to have seen a woman in white walking down the road. They of course say that when you're driving, the woman in white will literally jump on your car.
As he calls her name, a sudden running sound rushes toward him from behind.
Delinda, Victoria, you want to say hi to me? I'm right here walking down your road. Delinda, Victoria, if you're out here, I really want to communicate with you. I am a friend. Give me a sign that... Holy Mothman balls. Oh no. Delinda / Victoria, is that you? That was something freaking running up on me.
Thermal imaging reveals only squirrels and cattle nearby. However, another unexplained sound follows him farther down the road.
You hear that? There's something breaking through the trees. Sounds pretty damn big. I hope you can catch it on the camera. It's far enough away where I'm not going to bother with the thermal because we won't be able to see it, but there's something poking around.
Them dogs are going crazy. Look at the little cows. Do you think those dogs are going crazy because of what I'm hearing out here? What if it's a bear?
By the end of the investigation, the cemetery seems inactive, but the running noise remains difficult to explain. The strongest activity still appears to have come from the old tunnel. What's Up with James travels to Dulce, New Mexico, beneath Archuleta Mesa. For decades, stories have claimed that a 7-level underground facility exists inside the mountain. According to the legend, humans and extraterrestrials conduct secret experiments there.
Many of her neighbors claim similar strange sightings.
Fat in the middle and kind of like rounded on the sides. You're speechless, you know? You just don't know what to think, you know? It's just like, it's like nothing you've ever encountered before.
Why are stories of the extraordinary ordinary here?
I do not know. I do not know. Probably kind of that big mountain we have right there, you know.
Rumor has it there is a secret base hidden underneath the Archuleta Mesa here. The mountain overlooks Dulce. Some people in town say the base is run by aliens working with our federal government.
James plans to camp on the mesa and watch the sky throughout the night. While driving farther into the area, he explains that the claims do not come only from anonymous internet stories. Scientists, police officers, and former military personnel have all reported strange activity around Dulce.
I find really interesting about it is the fact that, like, high-end scientists, state troopers, cops, things like that have had the experiences out here or stumbled across weird things out here.
Some accounts even describe a firefight inside the alleged facility. Near the center of the mesa, James finds the remains of a large animal.
I did find this, and, you know, coincidence or not, this is a dead, I think it looks like maybe like a large goat. I don't think it's a cow. Coincidence or not, that's one of the claims out here, so.
Cattle mutilations are often connected to the Dulce stories, although this animal appears more likely to be a goat. Even so, discovering it in such an isolated place makes the surroundings feel less welcoming. He chooses a hidden campsite beneath a tree with a clear view of the sky.
I did find a pretty good spot, so I'm right behind this tree with very clear views of the sky. Going to try to keep everything as contained and as chill and as unnoticeable as I can right now, at least until tonight. But we are in a good position to where if we see anything weird in the sky tonight, we'll be able to catch it. But
as darkness approaches, he describes the supposed layout beneath him.
While I'm making dinner, I figured I can tell you guys some of the claims here. So Phil Schneider is a former geological engineer who helped build deep underground military bases. So I guess that's what he did for a living, which is pretty crazy. But he said that he was drilling a new addition to this base. He said, okay, that's crazy. He said, I'm drilling a new addition to this base. His team broke into a cavern filled with tall grays. A firefight erupted between the U.S. Delta Force and the aliens. Schneider claimed that 60 humans died that day. He survived but lost several fingers to an alien plasma weapon. He was found dead in 1996 under mysterious circumstances involving a catheter cord. So maybe as like a whistleblower, they decided that they were going to kill him because he was talking about the aliens at this base.
Once night arrives, James switches to night vision. He positions a GoPro to capture a time lapse of the sky while he continues watching from camp.
This is not an investigation, right? Because I can't call on aliens, in a sense. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, I can't use the spirit box to communicate with aliens or anything. But if there is...
The moon is bright, leaving the entire mesa clearly visible. A human-shaped reflection suddenly appears behind him on the camera screen. For a moment, James believes someone is standing over his shoulder.
Whoa. creeped me out. Oh, that was weird. I think, okay, so I'm wearing a body cam too, a night vision body cam. And in the screen right there, the night vision body cam creates a reflection behind me. I'm backwards too in the camera, but that was weird. That was so creepy to see on that. That's hilarious.
He quickly realizes that the image is being created by his body camera, but the sight still leaves him visibly unsettled. Before sleeping, he considers the possibility that the stories are real and that the facility could be directly beneath his campsite. Nothing obvious appears in the sky that night. By morning, the greatest surprise is the freezing temperature.
Freaking freezing. I woke up so cold.
But the strange isolation of Archuleta Mesa remains difficult to forget. Black Mass Paranormal begins one of his first investigations using a motorcycle to reach locations beyond normal roads.
We are about to head out on one of the first real paranormal adventures with the new transportation.
He travels into a remote section of East Tennessee that has frightened him since he was young. The area is associated with fatal falls, cryptid reports, occult activity, and a stone formation he believes may function as a portal. The route narrows into an overgrown logging trail. No trespassing signs appear in some sections.
Look at that tree. Holy shit, that was just split in half. And like bent intentionally. That was crazy. But there's going to be a lot of them up here like that. I think that goes to a personal farm. We're going to be hitting the back roads areas. So, I'm not going to leave you hanging. The no trespassing signs are kind of odd.
Forcing him to carefully check where the public path continues. He eventually reaches a rough track that his larger vehicle could never have accessed.
I don't see any no trespassing signs, so.
At the first stop, he explains that even after visiting this mountain throughout his life, he has never explored this exact trail. Strange winged creatures and unidentified animals moving between the valleys. Farther up the mountain, he describes older reports of occult practitioners leaving blood and animal remains on vehicles.
The things that have happened here was occult activity. So, occult practitioners would come up here and make sacrifices. And this happened to me. Some friends that I was with experienced, like they didn't dump it specifically on my car.
He avoids the popular overlook and instead follows a quieter route toward the formation connected to his own unexplained experience. He reaches a massive boulder beside an unusual mound. During a previous visit, he felt as though he had briefly vanished or lost awareness near this exact stone. Looking at it again brings back the same discomfort. Strange animal-like calls had also come from the nearby hilltop after that experience.
That's kind of trippy. There is the boulder. Right there. And that just literally, I mean, that freaks me out.
As he approaches the boulder with an EMF meter, the readings begin changing. A sudden movement near the trees makes him jump.
From this angle, like, you can see it almost looks like it's been carved or something. I wonder if I did something to activate it inadvertently. Because this is the landscape that is described in the missing 411 cases. Oh, it just jumped. Like it was right in between that tree and the rock is where it happened.
Then he hears a distant hoot. The meter rises again as he asks whether the stone was once used as a portal.
I just heard a hoot. Did the Native Americans use this as a portal? Will I vanish? God. So there's a log right there that's like shaped kind of weird and it's red in color.
Close to the rock, his ears begin vibrating and his hands feel numb. The EMF reading jumps sharply several times without an obvious electrical source nearby.
Oh, my ears are vibrating. As soon as I started getting close to it, my ears were vibrating. .4, almost 5.
A thermal scan shows an unusual shape resting near the ground, but it never becomes clear enough to identify.
Doesn't that look like something's just sitting there?
Uncomfortable remaining beside the boulder, he packs the equipment and returns to the motorcycle. Rugged Road Explorers enters an isolated canyon in southeastern Utah, searching for the highest level of an ancient cliffside settlement.
Today, we dive deep into the final level. We are climbing the very edge of this abyss to uncover what they meant for us to find and decode the hidden secrets of these canyon masters.
The site once contained fortified towers, homes and ceremonial structures built across 3 levels. At the far end of the canyon, a massive symbol has been carved above a structure positioned dangerously close to the cliff. After scrambling down the rocky slope, the explorer reaches the first building.
What's really interesting about this is this. I'm trying to keep it still for you. So that's a very unique symbol. It's not a typical petroglyph.
The large marking above it does not resemble the more familiar petroglyphs found throughout the region. His best theory is that it may have represented a clan or community. Its size and location suggest that it was deliberately created to be seen from far across the canyon. Inside the settlement, he examines preserved doorways, ventilation openings, and wooden beams still embedded in the stonework.
You can see that it used to be all the way over to here at one time. I was just kind of looking for some mud tie-in there, but I don't see it. But this is clearly a door or a window. You can see the right angle on it. And then you can see the old wood in here where it would have come across as a support. Boy, and there's no telling how much more construction was here because of all this falling. And you know, they just didn't have all these rocks randomly laying here. This was probably a wall or something like there.
Small traces of mud reveal how doors once sealed against the walls. Pottery fragments remain scattered across the floor, indicating that the structure was once heavily used. Moving farther along the ledge, he discovers thick defensive walls connecting several rooms.
They built 7 interlocking towers. That to me says strategic. And if it was during the Great Drought, then it would have been very, very critical to guard those water sources. So that seems to be what they were attempting to do. So this is very interesting. You've got a dwelling here, and then you have this wall here. So this was all interlocking, which means you would probably have been forced to go off this little ledge there. And look at the thickness of these walls. They weren't going to be pushed over or anything. Look at that. And that's pretty amazing.
The layout appears designed to control access, forcing anyone approaching the settlement onto a narrow section of exposed cliff. He then notices that one of the highest structures may still be accessible. After securing his equipment and climbing hands-free, he crosses the edge without looking down.
We don't want to look down there. Wow, look at this. And look at that. Oh, man.
The route leads directly into a room he had believed was unreachable. From inside, the enormous symbol becomes even more mysterious.
Okay, guys, I am in this construction that's up on a cliff face that I didn't even think was accessible, but I was able to make my way up here. And I'm starting to think now, because we have this symbol right above me here. And I speculated earlier, I thought it was a clan symbol, but now I'm starting to wonder if it wasn't some kind of a marker, that this was some kind of a ceremonial dwelling. And I'm gonna show you why. Not only do we have this petroglyph above me, but all along the wall in here, there are just tons and tons of petroglyphs.
Around it are footprints, animal shapes, and fine geometric lines.
I'm having to look up and down because they really are all over. We have, not sure what that is there, but look at those fine lines they made there. I'll bring it out a little bit so that'll give a better picture of the whole little panel there.
Some markings appear to have once been painted white. A repeated zigzag pattern continues across the stone. Beside it are human-like figures and tracks that seem to connect separate panels. The repetition suggests that the markings were part of one larger message rather than unrelated drawings. As he carefully descends, additional symbols emerge in the changing light.
And I'm coming down here and I'm seeing tons more petroglyphs. Of course, this is really worn in here because it's exposed, so it's kind of hard to see, but maybe you guys can see it on the camera a lot better than I can. Boy, that looks like a panther track there. Wow. Yeah, there's so much more here. I can't step back. So, all right, let me get as far back as I can so that we can see this. And I'm gonna snap pictures. But look, you've got this. Other stuff here. And then I'm looking and there's stuff down below. We'll have to look at that too.
The pattern appears to extend across much of the cliff face. Their original meaning remains unknown, leaving the canyon's most visible message without a clear translation. C.J. Faison and his friend Sonny arrive in New Jersey's Pine Barrens hoping to search for signs of the legendary Jersey Devil. However, their investigation runs into trouble before it even begins. Their van sinks into a deep patch of mud and becomes completely bottomed out. With no phone reception and no easy way to free the vehicle, they unload 2 electric bikes from the back and prepare to search for help.
This ain't really working, so... Oh gosh, don't go in there. You can get stuck with the van. This is like watching Dumb and Dumber ride bikes.
I can't do it.
Oh shit.
You good? We should probably get you a flashlight. I think you'd probably be a lot safer if you pedaled. That's cold, man. You good back there? Oh gosh. I don't know if I feel safe with you behind me. You want to get in front?
The pair ride deeper along the dark forest roads, but the unfamiliar bikes create problems of their own.
Man, this is creepy as hell. I hate the fact that we're leaving the van there, but for everybody watching, I do have my backpack on, and I will 100% be taking that. Because it's got all my camp.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Yo, there's a bridge, there's a bridge, there's a bridge. Slow down, slow. Oh my god.
I got cocky.
Yeah, it's alright. It happens to the best of us.
After several falls and wrong turns, they notice a vehicle approaching quickly through the woods.
They didn't even stop or nothing. We better get to the van.
A red truck races past them without stopping, then turns around and heads back toward the stranded van.
I think your rear tire might be going flat too. This is not a great night. Hang on, stop right here, stop right here. They just sprayed the van. Uh-oh, they're turning around, Sonny. Should we hide?
Unsure who is inside, CJ and Sonny switch off their lights and remain hidden beside the trail.
Hang on, let me turn my light off for a second. Oh, damn. You can hear him ripping through here, dude. Yeah. Like, I kind of paused and panicked. I'm like, why didn't we just get them to help us? But they were sketchy as shit looking, dude. I can't lie.
Yeah, they were up to no fucking good.
Yeah, they were 100% up to no good. I mean, we have no choice but to leave the van here. And let me look at this. Let me look at the GoPro here.
The people in the truck eventually help pull the van free. Yet shortly afterward, CJ realizes that the GoPro mounted on his head has disappeared. Believing it fell somewhere along the route, they leave the van once again and retrace their path on foot. As they search, another light appears farther along the trail.
Light. Fuck, dude. See, he's further down on the trail. We're good. See him over there? I'm gonna try to keep my light pointed down at the ground. Whoever that is has got like their light flashing all up in the trees. All up in the trees. See him? Yeah, they're way over there now. Alright, let's keep digging, dude. What's going on is we lost the damn GoPro off the top of my fucking head somehow. The whole strap and everything. Yeah, no, Sonny, you know what they're doing? They're walking through the woods. They're following the path that we waited on the bikes. So they're headed to the van. Like right now they're headed to the van. Well then let's keep going.
The person carrying it seems to be moving toward the van. CJ and Sonny continue looking for the camera, but the surrounding footsteps and shifting light make them increasingly uncomfortable. Against the odds, they finally locate the broken GoPro beside a fallen tree.
We went across it, and we went up a little bit.
Alright, you go to the right where I went in. I'm gonna go up where I spun around because I'm almost sure that's where it came off.
Right here?
Yeah, I spun around like right up here.
The strap? Those motherfuckers, they took it. Motherfucker. They took the son of a bitch. No, thank fuck.
There it is, it's broke.
Thank
isn't it?
fuck. Oh, how the fuck that happened? Damn, son. Yeah, it's here.
Their relief does not last long. Another light appears behind them, much closer than before.
All right, yeah, he's moving. Just keep going. Dude, did we just say something? Be like, hey, so sorry, dude. We didn't mess up your fishing.
I say we say see you later when we get in the fucking van and leave.
Okay, we might start running. Start running, Sonny. Hang on. Fuck this, if he's gonna see our light. Whoa, shit! Quit grabbing your dick and come on. Bro. Let me put this small light away. Okay, so he does talk. He stopped. Kind of. Fuck, I just shine the light at him. I'm telling you, dude, we just fucked up his fishing spot, that's all. He's pissed. Here, come on, run up around this corner.
The distant figure begins moving quickly in their direction. CJ and Sunny hurry through the darkness while the person appears to follow. They reach the van, climb inside, and pull away while the light continues moving behind them.
Come on. Fucking motherfucker. Okay. Come on. Yo, there he is, there he is, there he is. Here, take this and just record. Come on. Fuck. Okay. Yo, he's fucking running. The van almost Yo, shit, what the fuck is running behind us, bro? Is he on a bike? Look behind us. Is he on a bike? I can't see anything out back.
Moxley's paranormal world returns to a forest where the team previously heard screams and felt as though something was following them. This time, the plan is to spend the entire night inside the woods.
We're going to spend the full night out here. We're going to see if we can capture any of the unusual stuff that was happening last time whilst we were here doing an investigation. So yeah, just taking a look around. Look how dense this looks. And this place, the last time we were here, we heard screaming. It felt like we were being followed at times. A lot of crazy stuff was happening out here. So yeah, let's go over and let's have a look at the spot that we've picked for this evening for this overnight camp. I swear I keep hearing something over there. But yeah, we are literally camping over this side.
Even before the tent is assembled, a cough-like noise comes from the trees nearby. They pause to listen, but nothing reveals itself.
And I was just stood over there, walking through, should I say, and I could hear.
I heard that.
You hear that coughing then?
Now, what I will say at the moment, I feel okay, but I know as soon as that sun sets.
It's when the sun sets and the forest goes dark and we're stuck inside a little tent. Well, a 4-man tent. We're in a 4-man tent tonight, so we should be okay.
Once darkness settles over the campsite, the atmosphere changes. Pair decide not to build a fire because its light would expose their position. Instead, they leave the tent behind and begin a quiet investigation through the surrounding forest.
It's gone dark.
Yeah.
Shall we go?
Yeah, I say we go this way. Ain't it just? And do you know what? I was going to do as a fire. But for some weird reason, I just don't want to light a fire. I want to try and keep it low key here tonight.
Yeah,
especially, yeah.
I mean, I know we are with camera lights,
Yeah.
but a fire's more obvious,
Yeah.
isn't it? You can turn the lights off.
Well, that's the thing with the fire, you can't just turn it off if we hear something.
Yeah.
Without the camera lights, the tent almost completely disappears into the darkness. As they walk farther from camp, a low noise comes from somewhere ahead.
2 sticks either side with... here, they have. See him? It just looks like it snaps, so it's been like that longer this way. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Hello?
That was something growling, wasn't it?
That sounds like a growl. That sounds like a fucking growl. Fuck would be growling out there. Oh, you okay?
Yeah, it's a fly, sorry.
Both of them describe it as a growl. They search for a natural explanation, but there are no wild boars known to be in that part of the forest. The sound repeats, leaving them uncertain whether an animal or a person is moving nearby. They eventually return toward the tent, but another deep noise follows from the trees.
Oh, yeah. Were you making a noise over near that tent?
Watch out here.
Watch out here. Well, what's going to happen here?
Energy.
Energy. Sleeping footsteps after they said it.
Yeah. Like they know.
Yeah.
You know, they're like clarifying, like, we know you're staying.
So.
Oh my god, my heart's racing.
That sounds like something.
It sounds similar to the earlier growl. With visibility limited to only a few feet, they decide to remain closer to camp. For extra security, they place several REM pods around the tent. The devices should alert them if anything approaches while they try to sleep.
Right, so Lottie, just for peace of mind, put a couple of REM pods around the tent, so one either side. So hopefully if anything does approach the tent, it'll set the REM pods off, alert us, then we can go out and we can investigate it. But as it stands, we're going to sit in the tent, we're going to do an EVP, and then we're going to try and get an hour's sleep, fingers crossed.
Hours pass with occasional movement outside, but neither investigator can properly relax. Just before morning, one of them wakes after hearing what sounds like laughter beside the tent.
Max, filming.
Oh, what?
Max,
What?
I think I just heard someone laughing next to me.
Someone laughing? Someone laughing?
I think so. Yeah, well, yeah.
Mate, that does laugh.
A second laugh follows from the darkness. When they shine their lights outside, something appears to move behind the branches.
What was that? What the fuck was that?
That sounds like a laugh. That sounds like a goddamn laugh.
It's not funny.
Who's out there?
What the fuck was that?
Mate, there's something out here. Look out, mate. Hello? I don't know.
I'm scared.
Should we go get in the tent?
Yeah.
Let's get in the tent.
By 3:37 a.m., they feel surrounded, as though something has been circling the campsite throughout the night. With sunrise only minutes away, they stay awake and begin packing. Neither can identify what produced the growling, whistling, and laughter around their tent. Pasha Brill enters Romania's Hoia Baciu forest, a place often described as the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania. Stories surrounding the forest include disappearances, strange lights, unexplained injuries, and electronic equipment suddenly failing.
I'm in the most mysterious forest in Europe. This forest is often called the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania because, according to local legends, people have disappeared here without a trace. According to numerous rankings around the world, this forest is considered one of the scariest forests on Earth, and I still cannot believe that I am standing here right now. I'm going to spend 24 hours here and show you what happens in this forest during the day and at night.
Pasha plans to remain there through the night while placing motion-activated cameras in several supposedly abnormal areas.
It is already getting dark in the forest. In the most mysterious and interesting places I found on the map, I want to set up motion-activated cameras all over the forest. The cameras recorded all night, and I captured these terrifying shots. This is not fake, it was real. What exactly did the cameras capture? Watch this video until the end, and you will see.
One of the first locations he visits is a perfectly round clearing surrounded by dense woodland.
Those who have visited this mysterious Romanian forest have reported unexplained cuts, rashes, scratches, and burns on their skin. This clearing is one of the most abnormal places in the forest, and maybe even in the entire world. It is located in the middle of a dense forest. Nothing grows here. Animals also avoid this round wasteland. There are no birds, no insects, and no signs of life.
Nothing grows in its center, while the nearby trees appear to lean toward the empty field. There are no insects or birds inside the clearing, and the silence creates an uncomfortable pressure. While reviewing his footage, Pasha notices a low humming sound that he did not hear during the investigation.
The only sound you can hear in the forest is the sound of the wind. The silence has a very strong psychological effect. It feels strange. I noticed something unusual while watching the recording. In some parts of the video, an incomprehensible hum can be heard. It was as if the forest itself was making a terrifying sound, and only the camera was able to capture it. I could not hear it in person. The silence in the forest was dead. The video equipment was working properly. Everything was new. The hum sounds like an airplane flying very low, but planes do not fly over this forest. So what is that sound?
The noise resembles an aircraft passing overhead, yet the sky above the forest appeared empty. As darkness arrives, he installs cameras near the clearing.
I placed camera traps in the most abnormal parts of the forest, hoping to film something unusual. One camera is located opposite the anomalous clearing in the middle of the forest. Another one is placed on the strange high hills. The third camera is pointed at the strangely shaped trees.
The distorted trees and several raised areas inside the forest. The cameras record throughout the night. One captures a deer passing the twisted trees, despite Pasha seeing almost no wildlife during his visit. Another records a branch falling near the clearing.
After recording all night, I got this footage. I did not capture anything mystical or completely unexplained, but two things seemed interesting to me. Opposite the distorted trees, the camera captured a deer, even though I did not see a single living creature during my entire time in the forest. On the second camera, near the anomalous clearing, a branch fell from the top of a tree. It was probably a normal event, but in that atmosphere, it felt creepy. Do you know what the strangest thing is? Once again, there were problems with electronic devices. Some of the cameras had interference, while another camera, exactly the same model, worked perfectly.
The footage is not impossible to explain, but the cameras begin behaving differently. Some suffer heavy interference, while another identical model continues recording normally. Pasha returns to the clearing after dark. He feels pressure in his ears and hears a constant ringing as he crosses the empty ground.
UFO photographs in the world because many people believe it is authentic. A very strange glow appeared in this field a few days later. Here is a picture of that glow.
The location is also connected to a famous photograph taken in 1968, which allegedly shows a UFO above the field. Then a thin layer of mist begins forming inside the clearing.
Things are really strange. Outside this field, there is no mist. Nothing like this. But inside the clearing, there is some kind of smoke. I hope it is clearly visible on camera.
The surrounding forest remains clear, yet the smoke-like haze stays concentrated over the area where nothing grows. Pasha cannot determine where it came from, leaving the clearing as the strangest part of his night inside the forest. Grizzly Gaz returns to a woodland where several unsettling incidents have happened during his previous camps.
We're back in the woods where lots of stuff has happened to me in the past. I've had creepy blokes sneaking up on me in the night. People pushing my tent down on top of me. Strange noises in the night. And there's even been UFO abductions from here. There's quite a lot of structures in here as well, what I want to go and have a look at. So we'll take a look at them as well. And while I'm waiting for everyone to bugger off, I'm going to set up my perimeter alarms for tonight.
Before nightfall, he sets up his tent with his dog Fendi and installs perimeter alarms on nearby trees.
So, probes on the tree there. There we go. Caught us. Right, come on, mate. Come in. Door's open. Come on. Let's see if it gets Fendi. Yes, look at that. So, got the tent set up. I've got the alarms. There's one over there on that tree. And there's another one over there. Over there. And I'm far enough away from them that I'm not going to set them off once I'm inside the tent. Plus, oi, what are you doing?
The alarms are intended to warn him if a person or animal enters the campsite while he is sleeping. Close to midnight, Gaz leaves the tent and walks deeper into the woods. As he searches for several structures he noticed earlier, a small light appears between the trees.
Moon's out, look. A little crescent moon. Stars are out and all. Don't know if you'll be able to see them. Right, so you're gonna have to tell me if you see any like eye shiner out behind me, running up on me. Don't want don't want something creeping up behind me, do I?
At first, he assumes it is a reflection. Then the light moves. Gaz realizes he is looking at a pair of orange eyes.
His eye shine, look. Can you see it? What is that? Look at it. Can you see that? There, look. It's orange eye shine. Looks fairly big.
Whatever they belong to appears fairly large and remains completely still behind the bushes. Curious, he follows while carrying Fendi across a makeshift bridge.
Can't tell what it is. Come on. I'm dying to know what this is now. Come here. Up and over. There we go. It's there, look. It's like it's circling me. Can you see it?
The eyes move again, keeping a similar distance from him. Rather than running away, the animal seems to circle through the forest and continue watching.
It's still there, staring at me through bushes. Come on. There, look through the trees.
A distressed rabbit cries somewhere nearby, suggesting that a predator may be hunting in the area.
It's still there, look. Oh, we should have brought my big torch with me now. I've only got this little baby one with me. It looks like it's dying already. Fuck. If you don't know, that's what the sound of a rabbit sounds like when it's getting eaten. There it is, it's still there, look, staring at me. See if I can draw it in, whatever it is. Fendi, stay close, mate. Come here.
The orange eyes remain visible through the trees. Gaz calls out and tries to bring the creature closer, but it only changes position and continues staring.
Yeah, it's just there. Just stay in there, man. Let me see if I can get it with my phone. It might be better if you on my phone. It's gonna bugger off now, isn't it?
He films the eyes with his phone, hoping for a clearer image. They remain fixed on him before suddenly disappearing.
Can't tell what it is though.
Moments later, Gaz sees them farther away, as though the animal stood up and moved, without making any noticeable sound.
It's just staring at me. What is that? I can't tell how tall it is.
Back at camp, Gaz tries to settle inside the tent. The woods become quiet until one of the perimeter alarms suddenly activates.
Hi. I know you're out there.
He steps outside and calls into the darkness, letting whatever is nearby know that he has heard it. After checking both alarms, Gaz hears another sound near the trees. This time it resembles a man quietly mumbling.
Let's just make sure his perimeter alarms work before I go to bed. Yeah, I can hear it.
Bing bong, bing bong. Let's go check the other one. That noise was just weird, man. Sounded like a bloke mumbling or something.
The alarms still appear to be working correctly, but he never discovers what approached the campsite. Midwest Ghost Hunter enters the McIntyre Villa, a Kansas mansion surrounded by reports of apparitions, unexplained voices, and moving objects.
The infamously haunted McIntyre Villa, alleged to have been once the home of a practicing witch. Goldie, is it true what they say? Is it true that you practice the occult? Hour by hour, I explored every claim tied to the paranormal reports.
One of its best-known former residents was Goldie, a woman rumored to have practiced witchcraft inside the house. The investigator plans to explore each floor alone and test the stories connected to her. Inside Goldie's parlor, he sits quietly beside her rocking chair and asks her to communicate.
Right now I'm in Goldie's room, her parlor. I'm just listening for anything, really, just sitting in silence. Goldie, if you are in here, my name is Ian. I just come to talk to you and speak to you. If you are anywhere in this room, could you let me know somehow?
A faint female whisper appears to come from the other side of the room. When he asks whether she practiced the occult,
Are you there right now? I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I swear to God, I just heard like a whisper over there. Goldie, is that you? Or am I just going crazy? Because I don't know at this point. It came from over there. It came from the chair. Like, I swear to God, it literally sounded like a high-pitched whisper. Like someone just talking. I don't know what they would have been saying, but... Goldie, is it true what they say?
the whisper seems to return from the same direction.
There it is again, dude. I keep hearing, like, a female whispering over there. Are you speaking to me, Goldie? I sure hope I'm catching that. If you are, thank you. That's exactly why I'm here. I'm not gonna lie, that is really creepy.
Moments later, something flies from a basket on a nearby table.
Those whispers. What the f was that? Dude? What in the world was that? Come on. Turn on. Dude, I just saw something. Like, fly through the air over here. Goldie, was that you? Oh my goodness, what the hell is that? There's like yarn coming out of that basket. You see that? Okay. Get a look at what happened here. Thank you, Goldie. What the hell? You see that? That's one of the yarn balls. It just fucking flew out of that thing. That basket. Oh my God, dude.
When he inspects the floor, he finds a ball of yarn that had been sitting securely inside the basket. His K2 meter then begins producing small spikes near the rocking chair.
Did you knit when you were still alive? Did you used to knit blankets? Or clothes? You see that? Yes. She just confirmed. She was in fact a knitter. That is awesome. Thank you again. Thank you again. I'm enjoying speaking to you right now. Like I said, I mean you no disrespect, okay? Some people say that you were a witch. Is that true, Goldie?
Believing the activity is leading him elsewhere, he follows a series of footsteps into the basement.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling that you're leading me down here. Is that true? I noticed you wouldn't answer my question about whether or not you engaged in the occult.
Noises begin shifting between different rooms. As he enters one of them, the door suddenly closes behind him.
All around this basement, in different rooms. First, it came from either this room or somewhere over there, but I for sure heard a noise over there. Whoa, what the f? Dude? No way. Dude. Hello? Who's in here? What the f? Dude, this door just shut. That door just shut. It just shut right behind me. And there's no one in there. I fucking looked. Oh.
He immediately checks the space, but no one is there.
Show yourself. No, there's no one. Absolutely no one. So how in the world would you explain that? Dude, this thing just shut. That door does not move very easily. I mean, and there's no drafts. I don't feel any drafts. Oh my God, dude. I have absolutely no explanation for that.
He continues photographing the basement and asks whoever moved the door to appear. Looking into a dark room ahead, he suddenly sees what he describes as a full human figure.
Ooh, what the fuck? Holy fucking shit, dude. There's somebody in there. I need to get out of here, dude. I just swear to God, I just fucking seen a full-on figure. Come on. Work. Fucking flashlight, dude. Work already. Who's there? Okay. Whoever's back there, just show yourself. All right? I'm not playing around. Oh my God. Dude. There's no one. There's no one here.
By the time he raises his light, the room is empty. Later, he investigates a collection of allegedly haunted dolls. His meter reacts near several of them before one doll's head unexpectedly rolls from its shoulders.
Where the heck would that be coming from? Because all these dolls are just old dolls. There's just no way. No way. I hear that people hear the dolls speak. Could you say something? Anywhere near these dolls? What the f*** was that? That doll's head just came off. Did you see that? I did not bump it. I did not even touch it. That doll's head just literally rolled off of its shoulders. Oh my God. What the f*** just happened? That's one of the dolls. That's possessed. That doll is definitely possessed.
He insists that he never touched it. The final session takes place beside a doll named Esmeralda. A female voice appears to echo from inside her locked display case.
You never know when something might show up. What? Did you hear that? What the f***? That was a clear voice. I heard that echo inside of that case. That literally sounded like a female. Esmeralda, did you just speak? Did you speak from inside that case? It's like she's really trapped in there. Dude, like you could hear it. Literally coming from inside of there.
Seconds later, several taps strike the glass, leaving him with the impression that something inside wants to be released.
Use your power. Show me what you can do. Dude. She just tapped on the glass. Okay. She just tapped on the glass now. I feel like she's trying to get out. Are you trying to get out? Oh my God. Okay, just stay calm. She just boom, try to get out of there. Oh my goodness.
Black Mass Paranormal returns to a protected forest near the meeting point of two rivers in East Tennessee. The surrounding area has produced several reports of dogman sightings, and Brian has previously captured unusual thermal footage along its remote trails. This time, he walks into the forest hoping to find physical evidence. As he moves deeper into the preserve, Brian reaches the same trail where he previously experienced a sudden feeling of being watched.
So this is where the Tennessee River and French Broad. God damn it, I can't remember which ones merge here. But you all can see how dense the forest is back through here. Sorry. I'll try to be a little bit more stable in my movement here.
While explaining the earlier encounter, a loud metallic slam echoes through the trees.
But last time I was out here, I was out on one of the e-bikes, and I had gotten like a really weird feeling, and I took out my thermal camera, and when I was aiming both my thermal camera and my regular camera down the trail, and at the same exact time, that was the metal door. I think that was the clearest metal door slam that I've ever captured.
It sounds exactly like a heavy door closing, but there are no visible buildings nearby. Brian continues toward the direction of the sound. The path appears empty and rarely used. Then, as he steps down the trail, he sees something quickly duck behind the vegetation.
I didn't even bring a fucking... Whoa. Okay. I can't believe that this shit's happening right now. So out where that sound was, as I was stepping down, I saw something like duck down. That was one of the moments where I saw something. So and what Harley captured out here, like, and what I captured out here. And I know Harley really well. I know that image that he has was not doctored in any way. He would never do anything like that. But I mean, it's pretty clear that it looks like a dog man.
The movement happens near the same area where another investigator allegedly photographed a dogman-like figure. Farther ahead, Brian discovers a low opening beneath the brush. The ground around it has a strong tar-like and animal smell.
Okay. That's something's little hidey hole, right? Like, what? So, stuff like this, like, I almost don't even want to touch because of the bad juju.
Flies gather near the entrance, while the surrounding vegetation appears rubbed down by something repeatedly passing through. He examines the opening but avoids reaching inside. Another strange smell drifts through the area, followed by movement at his feet.
There's another weird smell. I mean, just like, look at that. Okay. So, I hate it when I do that. I always start my next frame as... I think something just kind of struck at me. Hold on. I don't want to panic. Yep, there he is. Yep, there he is. Cucumbers.
Brian initially thinks something struck him. When he looks down, he finds a copperhead snake hidden beside the trail.
Anticipate copperhead. It didn't get me though, I don't think. I heard. Did it? Oh shit, I'm bleeding. I don't think it actually got me though.
The snake has apparently lunged and left Brian bleeding, although he believes it only scratched him rather than delivering a full bite. He carefully walks around it and begins heading back toward the truck. The metallic slam, the figure ducking into cover, and the possible animal shelter remain unexplained. However, the snake provides a clear reminder that not every danger hiding along the trail is paranormal. Exploring with Angelo is known for heading alone into remote places where the setting already feels uncomfortable before anything even happens. In this video, he returns to a secluded lake deep in northern Ontario, a place he calls Serial Killer Lake, because of the strange stories and unsettling experiences he has had there before. He starts by explaining that he is far out in the wilderness and plans to camp near the lake again.
We are about to head back towards the Serial Killer's Lake. You guys might remember we camped out here in the winter time in the extreme cold. We actually camped in this exact spot. At one point, just because we got here late and it was very difficult to get in and out, we actually needed the snowmobiles to be able to transport all of our stuff. The snow was so deep. I remember it was just absolutely insane. Other than that, we had a handful of crazy experiences out here. This place is very haunted. Right now, the sun is shining. The weather is pretty much perfect.
The weather looks calm at first, but the place already carries a history. Angelo talks about previous visits, strange stories around the area, and the feeling that this spot has never been completely normal. After reaching the lake, he chooses a place to set up camp.
Where I'm going to put my tent, whether I should put it on that side or this side. Both sides are kind of shit. It doesn't really make much of a difference other than having the shade in the morning on that side.
The area looks peaceful in daylight. He checks the shoreline, studies the ground, and tries to find the best tent spot before the night comes in.
I think right here actually might be the best. Right in this one spot. It's a little bit grassy, so there's probably a little less rocks under there. I guess we'll just do it there first. Now it is very early, it's only 5 o'clock. I think we probably will have sunset up until about 10:30 based on the last camp out, or the last couple of nights really. Yeah, the sun sets so late up here, it's crazy.
Later, a strange sound comes from the road.
Let's wait and see if anything takes our bait. I also just heard something. What the fuck is that?
At first, he thinks it might be an animal, but it turns out to be a man arriving with a dog.
Dogs? I don't know. Okay, now we know what that sound was. I thought it was a dog. I think he was trying to get through, I don't know. Sorry, I blocked the path. I don't know if he was maybe coming to camp here.
The moment calms down, but it also reminds him that he is not fully alone out there. As darkness settles, the atmosphere changes. Angelo hears movement and then what sounds like a voice calling from down near the trees.
I keep hearing like movement off in that direction. Probably just a chipmunk or something. Hello? Someone there? Voice.
He grabs his light and starts checking the area, trying to figure out whether someone is actually there. The tension builds when he sees something dark near the camp.
I'm gonna go a little further up. The what is that? I could have sworn I just saw something back there. Like it was very dark and it looked like it stood up and then went back down. What the
For a second, it looks like it stands up before dropping back down. He keeps calling out, but nothing answers clearly.
Is it a moose? What is that? Oh no, there's something dark back there. But I thought I saw something legit, like, stand up. Okay, there's no one here. I'm not even gonna bother going down there right now. That was back from the camp. What the What the heck? Was it a bat? Oh my god, it almost came right at me. I heard somebody call out though.
More voices seem to come from different directions.
Here's something. It sounds like a vehicle. Somebody might be coming in. Hang on. Maybe it's just that guy from earlier. I don't know. Someone just yelled from right there. What the? It's in like a really weird tone.
Angelo becomes frustrated and tells whoever might be there to show themselves.
Who's there? Someone there? Adam?
He cannot explain it, but eventually settles into the tent, leaving the camera running as the night continues. Jasko is known for intense overnight investigations in places with dark legends, and this video takes him and Ben into the Appalachian Mountains. The plan is simple but risky. They want to camp in an area surrounded by rules, warnings, and stories about voices in the woods. Jasko introduces the Appalachians as one of the most terrifying places to explore at night.
We are going to be camping inside of one of the world's most terrifying locations, the Appalachian Mountains. Now, for those who don't know, this is a place so damn terrifying that has its own set of rules. For example, one of the rules is don't go into the woods at night. But apart from that, there's other things like if you hear a voice, don't answer it. If you hear a whistle, don't whistle back. Tons of stuff like that. And there's reasons for it. Because people believe that there are feral people out here. Not only that, people believe that there are skinwalkers, wendigos, weird cryptic-like beings out here that mimic you, follow you, study you, and then just borderline terrorize you.
He explains the rules people talk about there. Do not answer voices. Do not whistle back. Do not go into the woods after dark. Before the investigation even settles, Jasko thinks he sees a face peeking around a tree.
I feel like I keep on seeing like crazier and crazier news stories. What the fuck?
I swear to God, it looked like something just peeked around that tree up there. Like, it looked like a face peeked around the tree.
Moments later, a whistle cuts through the woods, and the mood changes immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a whistle. That's a whistle from that. Get in the truck. Get in the truck. Get in the... Okay,
go.
This is...
It's already happening.
This is not good.
happening. It's already happening.
Yep, this is already happening. Okay,
Timothy.
Oh, it just said Timothy.
Hey, Tim.
It's just Tim. It's just...
They move deeper into the area and talk about the strange sounds they have already heard.
Answer said earlier when it was daytime. It was talking about everything was gonna go wrong once the sun set.
Yeah.
Remember?
We're gonna get attacked.
And here we are.
And we're hearing weird fucking voices and chants and shit and crying.
So we're gonna show you guys this. And before I show you this, I really want to hear a consensus, see a consensus in the comment section of people who think they could survive a night out here in this woods. Because here's the thing, it's so much different when you're home. It's so much different when you're like in the comfort of your own home, killing a fucking tub of Ben & Jerry's, and you're just going to town. And then it's different when you're here.
Yeah.
You know, this is Ben's first time in the Appalachians, and I haven't seen him this scared in a very long time. And bear in mind, like, we've been to some of the most haunted locations in the planet. You know,
I don't know what the keep on going. He's still, whatever that was, it's still here. Easy, chill.
Voices, chants, crying, and whistles all become part of the same uncomfortable pattern. Jasko uses the Aztec death whistle, but the forest does not feel playful.
well, if there's anyone out there, can you mimic this noise? Replicate this noise for us.
So that would be from the water down there.
Brenda?
Brenda!
Who's Brenda?
Maybe the scream we just heard?
I'll do it again. Brenda, can you replicate this noise one more time? Nothing this time.
Oh, that was weird.
Okay. Well, thanks, Brenda, I guess.
Maybe it was like a weird bird calling back to you.
Yeah, birds definitely scream these days. The new birds that came out, the DLC.
Yeah, I saw that.
scream.
They just unlocked them.
The sound carries into the trees, and every response from the darkness feels harder to dismiss. Off the trail, they hear voices again. Jasko points out that this is exactly the kind of situation people warn about.
Oh my god, bro, I'll back up.
That was singing. That was singing. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea to blow that then.
That was like a woman singing.
I heard a voice. I didn't hear that as clear as you, bro, but I don't,
It was in between the birds chirping. I heard it on God. You could tell the difference between birds, and you could tell the difference between a woman singing.
Okay.
Lauren. Lauren, is that you?
Or Deborah, what was it?
What was the first name? Sorry.
We're so sorry.
The trail no longer feels like a safe boundary. Gunshots suddenly ring out in the distance. At first, they try to stay calm, but then they realize the sounds are getting closer.
Gunshots. Gunshots.
Good thing I'm wearing my camo.
No, yeah, that's really bad.
I know.
Later, they hear what sounds like crying in the woods. Neither of them can place it, and the darkness around them starts to feel active.
Hello? Yeah, good call. Hello? Just gonna keep this flashlight on just to...
Sounds like crying.
It does sound like crying. That's terrifying.
Near the end, a whistle comes from behind Jasko while Ben is tying his shoe.
I'm gonna...
Let's go, bro. Okay. Oh, shit. Let me just tie my shoe really quick. Ah, fuck. Hold on. I don't think he heard me.
Just be quick.
Mm-hmm.
No.
What?
That wasn't you whistling?
No.
On everything.
No. So shut the fuck up, Jess.
There's like whistling like right behind me, and I was like, can you stop? Because I was trying to fucking listen, and I turned around. You're not.
I was tying my shoe, bro.
Swear that wasn't you. You're not fucking. with me.
It was. It's on camera.
Bro, I don't know what's going on out here. I don't know what that is either. There's some, like, you could see it from here. You could see it clear as day.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I'm trying to zoom in.
Okay, bro, hold on.
Then something moves in the bushes. They see something too close.
Bro, it was like someone whistling in like a tune.
What song, bro?
I don't fucking know. I'm not Shazam. It just sounded like, it was like a... Okay, yo, there's some moving in the bushes. There's some moving.
Wait.
Fuck me, dude. I'm so fucking scared, dude. Okay. Oh, shit, what the fuck is that?
Whoa, what the...
What is that?
Fuck, go. We have to get the fuck out of here right now. Just go. That's way too close.
Panic and rush out of the area. Cursed Urban follows Dan as he investigates haunted and abandoned places with a calm but uneasy style. In this video, he returns to the Wendigo Woods, a location his audience has asked him to revisit because of the strange activity caught there before. Dan explains that he is back at the Wendigo Woods and plans to explore before setting up to sleep in his car. He describes the area as heavily requested and already connected to some of his strangest footage.
We are out here, guys. We are out here, as you can see. This is kind of a pretty public area, And tonight we are back at somewhere that's been extremely highly requested, and that is the Wendigo Woods. I have returned, thanks to all you guys who have asked me to come back, who've commented on tons of videos. When are you going back to the Wendigo Woods? Ask me on live streams, when are you going back to investigate the Wendigo more? Like, all this and that. So you know what, I am back here tonight. I had a day off of work, so I made the trek down here. It's still a little bit light out, and it's all good.
As he walks the trails, he talks about the Wendigo legend and how different people describe it.
So I come here, kind of see what I can find. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with what a Wendigo is, it is a Native American spirit. Some people say it's a spirit, some people say it's a being, some people say it's both. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, which I know you will, but I believe, I'm hearing noises everywhere. But I believe a Wendigo is from somebody, a person becomes a Wendigo from consuming another person.
Even during the explanation, he keeps stopping because he hears noises around him. He finds what looks like an old overgrown path. A friend had told him there may be an old ritual site somewhere in the woods, so Dan starts looking more closely at the clearings and strange routes.
This looks like an old path that used to go through here. Now it's gone. My one buddy who's been out here has told me there is and I don't know how true this is. I believe him, but I don't know if he, I don't know the authenticity of it. He says there is an old ritual site in these woods. The thing is he doesn't know what it looks like. He's just like, oh, there's an old ritual. I heard there's an old ritual site in the woods. Like, blah, 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 knows so much about it. Like, okay.
The air gets colder, and something moves hard in the trees. Dan points his camera toward the sound and believes it was more than a small animal.
I don't know where this is taking us at. The entire thing moved. That entire thing moved. That wasn't just a tiny little squirrel. Yo, something's up there. Something is up there. What was that? I saw a black shape move across the path.
Then the spirit app says, throw. Almost immediately, something is thrown through the trees.
We get throw, and then something gets thrown, dude. There again, something over there. They came like right through the trees. I didn't see it.
The timing makes Dan stop and question whether the forest is responding. Later, Dan tries to sleep in the car. He wakes up to branches snapping and movement circling nearby.
Okay, guys, I just woke up to the sound of branches and sticks and something being broken all around my car. I can hear it coming from inside the woods. It's constant. It feels like something is like circling my car.
When he gets out, the sound suddenly stops. A handprint appears on the outside of his window.
13.
13. That is definitely from the outside, and that is not me. That is not my handprint.
Dan compares it to his own hand and says it is too small to be his. He tries to stay logical, but the timing bothers him. The Spirit app gives words like visit and evil, while more sounds come from the woods.
Holy sh! What was that? Oh. So we got the EMF meter going off, which I don't put much stock into this Spirit Talk EMF meter. But we get visit, and then we hear that. Everett, okay, thanks for the name. Okay.
Dan decides the area feels too hostile and prepares to leave. Exploring with Bear focuses on outdoor investigations in creepy and remote places, often mixing real camping with local legends. In this video, Bear and his friend head into the foothills of Appalachia, where people have reported cryptid encounters near the campground. The video opens with footsteps, strange sounds, and the feeling that something is already close.
We are currently deep in the foothills of Appalachia. Huh? Did you hear that right over there just now? This place is spooky. That sounded like something was running right behind us for a second. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
There's like little footsteps, man.
My heart's beating really fast.
Your heart's racing?
Yeah.
Bear explains that they are deep in the Appalachian foothills, and the night has an uneasy energy before the real investigation even begins. They talk about the campground and the stories tied to it. Dogman and Bigfoot are both said to be in the area, and a storm is expected to roll in later.
Wet. There's supposed to be a storm rolling in, right?
We're on 7.
So we might get a little bit wet, but it's going to be well worth it considering where we are at. The campground that we're at right now. Campers have experiences with cryptids here. Now Dogman and Bigfoot is said to be in this area. They just had a Bigfoot convention here just recently.
8 Bigfoots.
8, yeah. And then, so it was saying like campers in this area will experience tree crashes, tree knocks. What else was it saying? Like hoots and hollers?
Yeah.
So even this campground has a lot of activity. It's said to. So that's what we're hoping on tonight. It is pretty secluded. Like there's not a whole lot going around here. And we are in the Appalachian Mountains. So who knows what's going to happen tonight?
Before they can fully start, loud snaps and movements come from around them. Bear realizes the original plan may not work because the woods are already active.
Bugs too. No way.
What?
Look behind you.
No. Dude, I hear it.
So we haven't even got...
Keep my light on.
So we haven't even got started yet.
They leave the path and notice a bad smell in the area.
That smells really bad.
That does. Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
There's a bad... There's a bad odor right here. Right now.
Bigfoot path.
Holy smokes, man.
Doesn't it stink?
That smell is terrible. That's not skunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not skunk. It's musk.
That's musk. Hold on, take a scan. You got the flashlight. I'm a little nervous now. That smells crazy. I've actually never smelled that smell before. Look, it's gone. I don't smell it. It was here heavy. Musk, man. That was straight musk. That's a huge Bigfoot sign, B.
Yeah, no, dude.
Straight musk. That's how he's described a lot of times.
The darkness makes it hard to judge distance, and every sound feels closer than it should. A strange white shape appears in the distance. Bear watches it move and describes it almost like an orb.
Look. Oh, it's gone. Look, oh, look. See that white thing? It's picking something up. Way back there. It's like an orb, man. Sort of dancing around. See that white? Oh, look at it. Did you see that? It's even got a tail. That's crazy. It's like it's flying. Oh. Did you hear that?
Investigation shifts toward an old bridge and historic structures. The place is interesting, but the narrow path and darkness keep the tension alive.
Is that a cross on top of there?
Yeah.
What's that say?
It says speed limit 4 miles per hour.
Huh. It's the Thomas J. Malone Bridge. Now, I guess we'll keep our eyes open for like any kind of weird figures. Oh, look, there's something right over there. See the eyes?
I do.
He's looking at us, looking at him.
A raccoon or a cat. It's on that back porch.
Is that more eyes back there? There's more eyes. Look at all the eyes out there.
Oh my goodness.
Rain begins as they prepare to get inside the tent. They hear something walking near them, and Bear points out the uncomfortable part.
Oh. Did you hear that back there?
Yes. There's something just walked right up on us.
Yeah. Once we get in that tent, we can't see around us. That's the only scary thing about that.
Once they are inside, they will not be able to see what is moving around them. The night ends earlier than planned because of the rain, but they still leave with enough strange sounds and moments to make the trip feel worth showing. Rugged Road Explorers is a channel built around remote exploration, history, and forgotten places. This video is different from a pure horror investigation, but it fits a compilation because the location feels isolated, ancient, and visually mysterious.
So we have some ruins there on this top level, there on the level right underneath it, and then over here off of that slide we have some way back there. So we're just going to take it in sequence. We're going to do top, medium, and then go all the way down. But let's get on it. Oh, this is so exciting.
The explorer starts the journey excited to finally visit a site he has wanted to share. He approaches a cliffside area with ancient dwellings built directly into the rock. He slows down when he finds petroglyphs on the stone. Instead of rushing through the location, he stops to photograph the figures and study the details.
Wow, it's a whole panel here. I don't know if you can see it. There's all right. Let me just pause for a minute because I'm looking and we actually have one right here. If you can see it, it's your typical Fremont figurine right here. And let me snap a picture and then I'm going to go to the rest of the petroglyphs. I don't want to pass something up without getting a good photo of it. Nice big
The first
overhang
dwellings
here.
appear under a large overhang. He explains that the site seems to have multiple structures, possibly used by several families or even a small village.
All right, we have the first dwellings right here behind me. So let's go take a look at them. Nice big overhang here, as you can see. Let me take this out. So this is multi-structured here, and then again we have the same thing down below us. So multiple families, or even maybe this was a small village. It kind of looks like that. too bad the whole front of it is crumbled away, but we can still kind of glean some information off of what we're seeing here. So they had a dwelling up front, but it looks like in this instance there was other parts around back too, all the way down.
As he moves closer, the site becomes more impressive. Some areas are sealed with old mortar, and pieces of dried wood remain where roof structures may once have been.
Normally I would have thought this would have been like a doorway, but it's completely sealed up. You can see the mortar still great in there. And it's all falling down here. When you see the wood, especially the dried old wood like that, that was probably part of the roof structure at one time. See how you can see it here? This looks like that may have been the door right there. You can see how the top part of it's been worked and the bottom part is flat. Unlike most of the other stones, which are all irregular, this one's very, very regular and very, very well worked around the bottom and then around the top. So it was probably, the door was probably on this side over here.
He carefully works along the cliff edge, watching every step because the gravel is loose.
Well, I can see more over there that I couldn't see before. I'd only seen these two. Very exciting. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, you can see right behind me, we got these dwellings. They're right on the cliff edge. You see where we are. So let's go explore. Man, the precision of the building is just really incredible. I mean, look at that sharp angle on the corner there and how it ties into the wall. And it's been tied in for centuries. Pretty amazing.
The buildings sit right against the cliff face, making the whole place feel exposed and fragile. The second structure appears larger and more complex.
This is the second structure. Now, something this big I would expect to be a dwelling, but again, and it may still have been, you have a lot of corn in here.
Inside, he notices corn and starts thinking it may have been used for storage, though parts of it still look like a dwelling.
Such good construction. Again, look at the angles. So it looks like this dwelling was here first, and this one tied into it.
Near the end, he finds more mudwork and smaller stones packed into the walls.
And I thought this was unique, walking up on it. You see all the mud with the little ones instead of one big one. You see the mud on the back wall too. I'm not sure. Maybe they were sealing up moisture coming through. I don't know. It's interesting that that's there though. I kind of makes me pause and think about, now why would they do that? But again, we've got corn in here. So again, this was probably another storage. This seems to have been like one of their main storage areas.
He pauses over the details, wondering why they built it that way and what purpose each chamber served. Franco TV is known for solo night investigations where strange real-world situations often become just as disturbing as anything paranormal. In this video, Franco enters a freezing forest at night and quickly realizes he may not be alone. Franco introduces the forest and explains that it is extremely cold. He points out distant lights and begins trying to investigate the area.
So that way you guys can see completely out here. I see like 3 lights over there. I don't even know what that is, but it's just random 3 lights. I have to cover my mouth because everything is just frozen outside. I think it's about 35 degrees right now. So I'm gonna see if I can do this video with you guys as I'm making my way out of here, going towards Peru. In 2 weeks, the temperatures are so cold that it's hard for me to work too. At the same time, I'm starting to realize this more and more every day. But there's been sightings of creepy shadows, creepy screams coming from the forest. They actually had a news article that apparently people heard screams coming from the forest. They went in investigating, nothing was ever seen, and nothing was actually found, excuse me. So that being said, let's get into the video.
But the woods already feel active. He hears something that makes him nervous and starts moving closer to his car.
I'm trying not to look at the camera because it's throwing me off every time I see those bodies. Oh, I heard something. Oh, I heard something else. All right, I'm gonna take the safety route. Screw that. I heard noises. Let's go this way. I just want to have a good path to run in case I have to. But I heard movement. Something moved in the bushes here somewhere. I gotta check on the car.
The sounds seem to come from the direction where he parked, which makes the situation feel less safe.
I think the little flowers definitely confused the hell out of the SLS. But the good news is the car is okay. Like those little things, they really throw off the SLS. Listen. Oh, that was creepy.
A chainsaw starts up somewhere deeper in the forest. Franco points the camera toward the sound, but there are no visible lights where the cutting seems to be happening.
I'm trying to do the investigation, see what I could catch, but I got so much random things happening. Come on, do it again. It was loud. I'm trying to see if I see any light, like flashlights. Let's see. Only the lights are in the very distant area.
He reaches a creepy cemetery area when a loud crash interrupts him.
But I've made it to the creepy cemetery with all the tombs. What the hell was that? That was loud. Oh shit, I gotta get in the car.
A person suddenly leaves in a vehicle, and Franco believes it may be connected to the chainsaw noise.
I think this is the guy that was responsible for the thing.
What the hell was that about?
A scream-like sound cuts through the woods.
That sounds like a scream. That's my truck up there.
Then a police car appears nearby, adding to the confusion of what is actually happening out there.
I can't hear with all these noises. Now there's the police car coming in. I wonder if he's coming in here. Luckily I have a video recorded. I just tell him, listen, I just got here and I heard that. And now I'll tell him I just also heard screams. Alright. Let's keep going. Well, today trying to start it off kind of strong, no? Then 2 cars came out of here. I don't know if the second car had anything to do with it, but the first one definitely did. Holy shit.
The chainsaw and screams continue. Franco thinks about getting closer, but the sounds are loud enough to make him hesitate.
Now I just heard... Oh, that is creepy. There's a chainsaw and screams going on right now.
He moves toward the noise, then decides it is too close and turns back.
Make sure nobody's here. That's the moon if you see a light. Let's go a little bit closer. Maybe somebody needs help, or they're just having a party or something. Listen. That was loud. I am extremely close. Time to go back. I'm going back. I'd rather be close to the car in case these people decide to speed out of here or something. That was literally right there.
He wants to stay near the car in case the people in the woods suddenly come out. Later, voices call out near him. He answers in Spanish, saying he is exploring, but the moment clearly shakes him.
I just heard somebody. They just said, "What am I doing?" And hello, hello. Holy shit, that just got me nervous. That sounded a lot closer than what I heard earlier. I'm gonna turn on my flashlight. I just heard a noise. I heard something move. Turning off my flashlight.
Using the thermal camera, Franco spots a warm figure standing up in the brush.
People there. That was a person. One 100%. I just saw a person just stand up. Look. Right there. I could almost see through the branches. I thought it was an animal and that thing just stood right up like a person. Look, oh, there's two. I think that's another person right there next to them.
Then he sees what looks like another person nearby, confirming that someone is definitely hiding in the forest. Jasko is an exploration and paranormal channel where Jasko and his friend Chandler visit remote locations connected to local legends, mysteries, and strange encounters. In this video, they travel into the Appalachian Mountains to spend the night at an abandoned cabin surrounded by stories of disappearances, whistles in the woods, and unexplained sightings. The investigation begins almost immediately with unease. As they approach the cabin, Chandler notices what appears to be a tall shadow moving near a window.
Tonight, we are staying inside of this abandoned cabin in the Appalachian Mountains. This place is absolutely... What?
Wait, in the window.
What'd you see? What did you see?
Wait, it was literally like, I don't know, like a shadow or something, like moved. Wait, shine the light out there a little bit more? Like, can you do the other mode? No, that's worse. I want to go the other way. I don't know, bro.
You saw a figure?
It was like a weird shadow, bro. Yeah, it was like tall, moving. I don't know. Hello?
I
don't know.
Tonight we will not be staying inside of this abandoned cabin in the Appalachian Mountains.
Well, one of us will be, and it's...
Before we continue, let me just make sure no one's in here.
Yeah.
Hello?
Moments later, thermal equipment picks up what looks like a distant figure standing in the darkness, followed by a whistle coming from the woods.
Look, what is that? What is that? There's something down there.
Yeah,
It looks like a figure.
It's all red except for right in there in the middle.
It looks like there's like a figure down there.
What the heck?
That was a whistle. Chandler, what did we get ourselves into?
What did you get me into? You're the one that found this place.
Fuck, bro.
The combination of strange sightings and eerie sounds leaves both men questioning whether they are truly alone. While exploring around the cabin, they continue hearing knocks, movement in the surrounding brush, and occasional sounds that seem to come from inside the structure itself.
Yeah. It's an office every month of the year. Okay.
Sounds like it.
Ghosties. Yasko here.
Sorry, Moth.
My friend Chandler's here. He's a little scared. He's a little further back. Okay. Well, here's the thing, guys. We just brought our sleeping bags and stuff. We have to go back to the car to get some more equipment. So there's some of our snacks and sleeping bags and stuff.
5.
4, 3, 2.
Look in drawer.
Look in the drawer?
Where is this office?
The area's reputation for mysterious disappearances only adds to the tension.
Dude, did you not hear that though?
What did you hear?
It was literally like the bushes, like something was like moving them.
Well, you know what's crazy?
What?
Like, zoom in on the leaves a little bit. There is no wind.
Donna.
Wait, did you just see Donna? Was that Donna? Was that you? What was that? I hear it. Something's moving. Something's moving. Donna?
Several times, they stop what they are doing because they believe something is moving nearby. After gathering more equipment, they return to the cabin and discover objects no longer appear to be where they left them. A soccer ball that had been resting near the entrance is suddenly found elsewhere, and repeated knocks and door sounds seem to come from inside the abandoned building.
Kind of like a mini ghost town, you know?
Wait, Chandler.
What?
Is that the ball right there?
Yeah.
Wait, we brought a soccer ball. It was by the door.
Oh yeah, it was. Because it was in between the two red sleeping bags.
Look at the tree. There's no wind. Literally no wind at all.
Well, maybe there's a good explanation.
Maybe the bears.
Maybe there's a good explanation.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, I just heard like a tap or something on the wood.
Yeah, I heard
a knock.
Is
someone over there? Because I mean, it's kind of abandoned, so like.
Yeah.
There literally could be someone in there.
Like a squatter or something?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Stay right there. Hello?
Chandler also reports seeing a tall human-shaped figure moving through the darkness beyond the cabin.
Is anyone in there? What? That was either a door closed or something's in there. Something or someone is in this cabin, Chandler.
Well, what do you want to do? I mean,
We gotta get our stuff.
I know.
At the very least, we gotta get our stuff.
Well, if it's someone, they probably would have taken our stuff. I don't really know.
Okay. Celine. We got a name. Hello, Celine.
What if Celine just walks out right now? She's like, what?
Hey, Celine. Jazz here. Techniques. Let's introduce ourselves. My name's Yasko.
I'm Chandler.
We are going to be spending the night here. We were hoping to spend the night inside of this cabin, if that's okay with you. If that's okay with you. Chandler. Okay, no, this is actually a problem right now.
What?
When we came here earlier, that back door was closed.
Share my message.
That back door was closed. This front one was open.
Oh, wait, there was another on the other side too, so maybe we should check that one too. I don't know. But maybe that's the noise we heard too.
Yeah, probably. So there's a very good chance someone or something is here.
Well, I'm not a fan of that.
No.
If you're here, we're coming in peace.
Later, they follow a trail leading away from the cabin toward a river. Throughout the hike, they hear whistles, distant voices, unexplained movement in the trees, and what they believe may be figures watching them from the darkness.
And if you want to continue communicating with us, continue sharing your story, please come forward and do so.
What? You see something?
Come here. There's something down there. Look, on those rocks, right?
I want to see it.
You see it?
Oh yeah, I do see it.
What is that?
I don't know.
John, what is that? That's thunder.
I thought it was just Bigfoot walking through the trees. Like, what the heck? That's so loud.
I just felt a raindrop.
Is it raining? That's like a bad omen. I feel like.
There's no. It's not in the forecast. I
No,
just
it's
felt it
definitely
again.
not.
Bro, no, cloudy all night long. Oh my God, the next 9 days, however.
Oh my God.
The atmosphere becomes increasingly unsettling as they repeatedly feel surrounded, despite seeing almost nobody. The night reaches its most intense moment when they hear talking in the distance, followed by a gunshot coming from the direction of the cabin.
What?
Bro, I'm hearing talking. Shh. Oh shit! Okay, Chandler, that's a gunshot. That's a gunshot.
Hold on.
Light, cover the light, cover the light. Chandler. Yeah. That's back from where we came from.
Well, what the heck can we do about that?
Fuck. Bro.
Okay.
This is the... Oh my fuck.
The car is all the way back that way.
We were the only car in the lot. The only car in the lot.
Wait, footsteps.
We have to go back. Yo, I'm gonna keep my light pointed at the ground.
Okay.
Slowly, come on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That gunshot was fucking cool. I don't think you could be shooting. I don't know what the laws are here.
Well, I mean, I told you earlier, like, everyone could be packing, like, we don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Like, back in New York,
Yeah.
you can't... No. Chandler, no. The flashlight's dead. The flashlight's fucking dead.
Fearing armed strangers may be nearby, they immediately begin retreating through the woods. During the walk back, they continue hearing whistles and movement around them.
Okay, alright.
Our stuff's at the damn cabin, too.
I know. We should probably just leave it.
Something big's moving over there. Chandler, you got your flashlight or anything? Do you have anything?
Wait, I do actually.
What? Chandler!
Dude! I forgot I was using it earlier.
Can I see it? Bro, something big is moving in there.
I know. I'm going first.
Yeah, please. I got your back, if anything.
Okay.
Go. Go.
Okay, alright. Oh. Holy. Bro, it was literally...
This would have been real fucking useful like 20 minutes ago, Chandler.
Okay, wait. Coming up. How far away is the cabin?
I don't know. Wait. What is that?
What?
Straight ahead. What is that?
What?
Did someone just walk in front of the fucking laser? Did you see that? Chandler?
Oh my God.
Okay, what do we do? Well, I don't know. We're between a rock and a soft place right now. And I'm fucking hearing things behind me, things in front of me.
When they finally reach the cabin, they discover a door that had previously been open is now closed, convincing them that someone may have entered the area while they were away.
The door's closed. The door's closed. Okay, okay, someone's there. Okay, go. Wait, stay close a little bit. Come back a little bit. Don't run so fast. Oh my gosh. Careful. Yeah.
With uncertainty growing and strange activity continuing around the property, the investigation ends with the pair focused on leaving safely, rather than spending the night as originally planned. Cursed Urban is a paranormal camping channel where Dan explores haunted forests, strange campsites, and places connected to unexplained activity. In this video, he returns to his campsite on the outskirts of Skinwalker Forest, planning a simple cleanup night that slowly turns into something much stranger. Dan starts by explaining that the campsite sits on private land owned by his friend Todd, right beside the Skinwalker Forest. He wants to clear out the overgrowth, burn old branches, and make space for a bigger tent in the future.
So my logic is here, I want to get this fire going. One, main reason, because of mosquitoes. Also two, because back there, which I'll show you guys in a second, there is a spot that I want to clear out. And I want to try and just, even though it's like green, I want to try and burn as much of it as I can. Just because it's getting cluttered here. Most of it actually is from wood.
At first, the video feels calm. Dan fights mosquitoes, struggles with the damp firewood, and tries to cut through a fallen tree with the wrong tools.
It's the improper tool for the job. But it's a start. So we got a little tiny chunk taken out of it. Which I think that's going to have to be the method I use. Let's just keep taking chunks like that out of it.
After realizing the job is too much without a chainsaw, he shifts to clearing smaller branches and slowly gets the fire going. As night begins to fall, the mood changes. He finishes the campsite work and sets up his tent near the fire.
Oh, am I going to do this? Just zero in air. Get around. Oh, there we go. Right. Oh, oops. I have to put it off. Insect coils. Sitting there through. Candy bag. Chair.
While relaxing by the fire, he suddenly hears what sounds like someone walking down the trail, passing through the campsite and disappearing into the woods.
That was... that was really weird. So there's a trail that comes back here from the property. And I just heard what sounded like somebody walking down the trail and then walk through the camp. Like I was fully expecting to see a person come out the end of this trail that leads back to this campsite. That's what the steps sound like. It sounded like somebody just walking down there, and I fully expect to see Todd or I don't know who like appear in the camping area. And then when I thought I would, nobody was there, and I heard the steps just go through my campsite and disappear into the woods.
No one is there, and he cannot explain it. Dan turns on Spirit Talker, and the first response is footsteps, matching exactly what he just heard.
Alright, we got Spirit Talker on, guys. See what we get. Is there anyone here with me right now? Anyone that would like to communicate with me?
Footsteps.
Yo, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. There is no way. There is no way. There's literally no way. Did you guys hear that? What I got? For the first response. After hearing footsteps. Spirit Talker said footsteps. Very first one. As I heard that walk. As I heard it walk. I didn't even have Spirit Talker open or anything when I heard that.
The app then gives strange replies like I was sick, help me, and stay here.
Who was that I heard? Was that you? Walk through my campsite? You're more than welcome to come here. In fact, I'd love to have you here if you'd like to, if you want to communicate a little bit.
Help me.
Help me. Said help me. How can I help you? What could I possibly do for you?
Stay here.
Stay here, it says.
Soon after, a scream comes from the forest.
Oh! Whoa, what the what was that? Hello? Dude, that sounded like somebody... Henry, that sounded like somebody screaming over there. Like, pretty close, too. Yo. I think last time I was here, I heard a scream as well. It was weird that we hear that right after it says, stay here.
More responses mention Henry. He shouts, a man here, and Abigail, making Dan wonder if the voice belongs to someone connected to the land. Later, just as he prepares to sleep, the same scream returns, sounding close to camp. Dan ends the night unsettled, but he sleeps through until morning and says the footsteps and screams were the strangest parts of the entire trip. Exploring with Bear and Fear fanatics are paranormal investigation channels that explore reportedly haunted locations and document strange experiences throughout the night. In this video, they spend the entire night inside the infamous Broadwell Funeral Home, a location said to be haunted by 2 little girls and several aggressive entities, including a spirit known as Carl. The investigation begins with the owner explaining why he believes the building is haunted.
As far as we know, there was 3 people that actually died in the house. I don't know what the activity level was before, right? But I do know that as we had worked on the house, it has gotten worse. So I was upstairs cleaning. All of a sudden, 2 dogs got up. They ran to the top of the stairs. And I thought, what's going on with them? Because when the wife left, I knew I locked the doors. They're both standing there looking down the steps, and their tails are wagging and their butts are shaking. You know how they are, just all happy. And I could not get them away from the stairs. So finally they came back into the bedroom with me, and I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, they come back out there to the stairway again. As I was standing there, I could hear, because the stairs were full of that grit, and I could hear it sound like somebody walking in that grit, the footsteps coming up the steps. That was the first time that I thought, well.
He describes hearing footsteps, voices, and strange activity throughout the house.
I think something won't happen because there is 2 very evil spirits that live in the basement. One calls himself one, or the evil one. I have not encountered him, but I have encountered Carl. And Carl is a very nasty person right now. And we assume that it's the Carl that was the Undertaker. I hear footsteps, I hear talking, you know, I hear all the time. I hear voices. When I was working in the kitchen one day, I was putting up the drop for the cabinets, and the whole time I was in there working all day long, just back and forth, pacing footsteps up and down that hallway. Like, you know, will you hurry up and get out of here? You're bothering me. That's pretty creepy. You know, we were going to move into the house after we found out how haunted the place was.
He also shares stories about workers who refuse to return after spending time in the basement, where the most sinister activity is said to occur. After setting up equipment, the team heads into the basement embalming room. Almost immediately, they hear unexplained scratching sounds moving across the floor.
He said we could go in here if we wanted to.
What are we going to paper, rock, scissors for that
We
one?
might have to draw straws on that one, brother.
Man, paper, flip a coin.
What was that, bro?
That was something on the floor, man. That was not a normal. I got the chills, dude.
If you guys can hear me. If you guys heard that. It sounded like something on the floor.
It was sort of like scratching, but like going.
Yeah.
It was
like
weird.
A ball or something rolling.
Like, oh, the cat ball.
Let's go see.
Oh my goodness, the cat ball, man.
We're gonna turn all the lights out.
Cat ball. That was. How do we get out of here?
Turn these lights on.
Yeah. That was, man, I heard that freaking thing, man. That was crazy. That was something on the floor for sure.
The noises seem close enough to investigate, but they never find a clear source. Later, they move upstairs to communicate with Rosalie, a young girl who reportedly lived in the house and mysteriously disappeared.
Did you hear that?
What is that?
I was just telling the guys, I got the spirit talker fired up and it said cool.
Oh, that's what I thought it said.
Right afterwards.
That's weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
That's sort of cool. Rosie, I hear you can get that rocking chair going. Can you go over and sit in that rocking chair now? And get it rocking?
The others mean harm.
The others mean harm. The others in the basement? The two evil spirits in the basement? That is weird. Rosie.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
That's weird, bro.
Can you sit in that chair over there? Some pretty cool responses so far.
During the session, the spirit devices begin producing unsettling responses about cursed land, harmful entities, and hidden secrets connected to the property.
Cursed land.
What is that?
Cursed land.
I got that one before, I thought. Sacred ground.
Sacred ground and cursed land. Rosie, was that you over there on the chair?
Back in the basement, the activity becomes more intense. The devices repeatedly reference Carl, coffins, bad energy, and strange events connected to the room.
So you moved it out from underneath a kid before. Can you move it out from underneath me? You got that much power, Carl?
They do witchcraft.
They do witchcraft. You know what? I was already thinking that witchcraft has probably been done in here for sure. Being a haunted place, you know how I feel about that. So there's an evil entity supposedly down here that goes by the name the Evil One or the One. There's also Carl. And I guess Carl's been highly active and I can't see nothing around me with this light in my face right now and it's scary.
Several responses appear to directly answer questions being asked, leaving both investigators visibly uneasy. As the night approaches 3 a.m., things escalate further. One investigator suddenly feels something pinch his arm.
Bro, I went in that room right there and something, I felt it like something.
Others are scared.
What
Like
it say?
something pinched my arm right here.
You got pinched?
Yeah, I felt like it.
You got a mark?
It felt like.
Or something maybe right there.
That's what it felt like.
Shortly afterward, another experiences cold chills before claiming something grabbed his hair from behind.
I'm feeling weird, man.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Something just touched my hair. Something just grabbed my freaking hair, man.
Seriously? That was crazy.
Is there something crawling? It felt huge, like just.
Let me see.
Like my whole back
Let
of
me
my.
see. Look, turn your head back. Look, you put your head
Look.
back so you see on top of your head.
You can't
bro.
see?
Something grabbed your hair.
Oh yeah.
That's
Slam.
door slam.
Whoa.
That was weird.
Oh my goodness.
I don't see any spiders.
And I was just feeling so free. Even coming down the stairs, man, I was feeling not right.
Red marks then appear on his neck, adding to the tension inside the basement. The final hours bring even stranger moments. One investigator feels disoriented in an upstairs room and believes he sees a small shadow figure standing in a dark corner.
Holy crap. Man, my hairs are standing straight. Something just happened to me in this corner. I don't even know how to explain it. I was just coming and looking. I don't even want to step there again. What in the heck? Scottish. Something weird just happened here.
Soon after, the name Carl unexpectedly comes through a spirit device while they discuss the basement activity. By sunrise, both investigators agree that Broadwell Funeral Home is one of the most active locations they have ever explored. Rugged Road Explorers is an adventure channel focused on remote backcountry exploration, old ruins, and hidden places most people never reach. In this video, he heads into a remote Utah canyon after spotting possible ancient cliff dwellings from above. The hike begins near his truck camper, far off the main trail.
Hey, Rugged Road Explorers, how you guys doing today? So I am out in a new area. You can see my truck campers there behind me. I found this canyon that was pretty much off the beaten trail, and I just kind of followed cow trails to get here and kind of had to beat the bush, kind of beat up my camper a little bit, but it was worth getting out here. I found a beautiful place on the Slick Rock to camp. So we're gonna head out, and I'm gonna see what's here because I haven't even checked this area out. I did a little bit of scoping on Google Earth, but it doesn't really show anything. It doesn't show cliff ruins too well because of the distortion.
After finding a way down into the canyon, he nearly steps on a large snake, which he chooses to leave alone before continuing deeper toward the cliffs.
All right, we are down. Yes. We're gonna head back. We're gonna head this way.
Once below, he reaches the first dwelling built along a steep rock face. The drop beside it is massive, and the structure appears partly collapsed, but small details still remain, including a square hole that may have been used for storage.
So this is our first dwelling on this cliff face. Man, look at that drop off. Whoa. Oh man, and look how it's sloped. Yeah, we're gonna be careful. But I'm surprised they didn't build it up against the face of the cliff, but I guess they had their reason. So look at this. There's a hole right here. Interesting. And it's square too. And it doesn't appear to be a drainage. Must have been some kind of storage thing, maybe. Not sure. That's the first I've seen of that. I've seen some where they've done it and it drains out the front. But I haven't seen this. That's interesting.
Moving carefully along the ledge, he finds more ruins with old roof beams.
That is cool. Look, there's still a log on top of that. Oops. Just scanning this really quickly for any petroglyphs they might have left. That's super cool.
Stacked stones and smooth mudwork still holding together after centuries. Some rooms are badly damaged by falling rock, but others still show doorways, windows, and signs of how people once lived there. Farther along, the site becomes even more impressive. He discovers another structure with old logs, possible pottery, and a hidden route that may have been used to climb between levels.
Yeah, you can see that's solid wall there. And yeah, look how they Look how they built that up on that angle like that, so that it's level on top. Pretty amazing.
The biggest mystery is an intact dwelling behind a boulder on the far side of a dangerous gap. He crawls toward it, but the ledge becomes too risky, with a steep drop below and no safe way across.
Hey guys, hopefully I'll be able to filter out the wind that's blowing through here, but let's take a look at our first dwelling here. And we got a entryway right here, and then it looks like there's a second one right here, which is interesting. See, they built all the way up to the top, and then we have the second. Oh, and there's a third one right here all together. So this one does have a way in right over here, but we're gonna stick this in and take a look and see what's in here.
Before leaving, he finds grinding marks in the rock, a reminder that families once lived, worked, and prepared food on these cliffs. Franco TV is an exploration channel where Frank investigates creepy forests, abandoned places, and strange paranormal locations. In this video, he enters a dangerous forest with Frankito because going alone would be too risky. Frank starts near a dark road deep in the woods, already hearing giggling, banging, and movement farther ahead.
I'm already hearing people on the inside. Franquito came with me. He's actually getting his equipment set up right now as we speak. This is Franquito. Hola, Franquito. Hi, my friend. He's setting up his camera and gear. But down this road, I'm keeping a lookout because I keep hearing a lot of stuff. Way further down the road, I'm going to switch to my other camera so you guys can see without IR. I keep hearing giggling and laughing through here. So he's getting set up to get ready. And God only knows what's going to happen from here on forward.
Through his thermal camera, he spots a strange heat signature hiding in the darkness before it suddenly disappears.
That's a thermal signature. That's what I was looking for. I don't know what the hell that is. But something's reading hot. Oh, it's gone. Come on. Hear it.
As they move deeper, they notice people or figures hiding in the forest. A light appears farther down the road, and soon a strange van drives through the area, proving there is another way into the woods by vehicle.
It looks like it could be a car. How the f*** they bring a car in here? I am deep inside right now. That sounds horrible, but I'm sure you guys know what I mean. I think that's a car. It's a bright light. Towards the back. Franquito is right there. We're just waiting here because we want to go that way. Look, you see movement. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the light here, or color. See what I mean? Oh God, it's terrible for you guys.
The two then reach a strange section filled with graves, hanging tires, painted blue rocks, and odd structures.
Hanging from a tree. Has like a design on the inside. A K for Kira or Kiara. Could be another animal's pet cemetery. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but deep in there I can hear screaming again. Further into the forest. Godly, this place is huge. Franquito's behind me. He's talking on the camera.
Frank hears whistles and distant screaming from deeper inside, which seems to be coming from the area known as the Dead Forest.
See that? There's a light down there. That might be somebody's home. What the hell is that? I remember seeing this area the last time I came here. But it was during the daytime. there 100% is a light flickering further in the distance. I am going to avoid that because if there is a light, that means that there's people.
The screams get louder as they approach. Frank explains that the dead forest is believed to be sacred and protected by spirits, and the closer they get, the more everything around them appears dead and burned.
But something weird with this forest, especially with the whistling and the screaming that's coming that's very distant from here. I guess there's the cemetery area, and then it's the dead forest. What the hell was that? You heard that, right? Tú lo escuché eso, ¿verdad? I don't know if he heard me on the radio. That was a scream again, it got closer. Franquito, ¿te escuchaste eso? Ese fue un grito. ¿De una persona o muchacha? Sí. Está secando el bosque muerto. Mira. I can hear it out there. Listen.
Once inside the edge of the dead forest, Franquito becomes uncomfortable and does not want to go farther. They decide to turn back, but Frank suddenly sees what looks like tall eyes staring from inside the trees.
You could see any eyes that are staring at you. Always put your flashlight to your head when you're in the forest, because if there's an animal, you get to see the eyes staring back at you. And we're now in the forbidden area, the sacred area. This place has a name to it too, man, the Dead Forest.
The eyes appear again and again. Frank tries to zoom in while hearing branches crack and loud bangs nearby, but his camera battery starts dying at the worst possible moment.
So I just seen the eyes again. Look, right there. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna zoom into it. There it is. Low battery. That's on my other camera. Holy shit. Look, there it is again. It's in the forest, just staring at me. I think Franquito's camera just died. He's staring right in there to see if he can see it. There it is right there.
Trying to find another route, Frank discovers more strange stones, unfinished structures, and another hidden cemetery deeper in the forest.
It's in there hard. It looks like a bed or something that we're gonna make, but never finished it. What the hell is going on out here? There's like structures everywhere, like something's building deep in here.
By the end, he decides the place is both amazing and terrifying, but clearly too dangerous to push any farther. Rambling On is an Irish outdoor channel focused on solo camping, hiking, and honest mountain adventures. In this video, he heads into County Kerry for his first camp on this mountain, with sunset almost gone and bad weather already starting to build.
I wouldn't fancy taking a tumble there now. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be ideal. Oh lads, I didn't talk a whole lot on the way up there because I was just blown out of my arse. I'm down here in County Kerry in the southwest of Ireland today. This is my very first time on this mountain. It's meant to be a wind chill of -12 in the morning. Oh yes.
He reaches the lake just before dark and quickly searches for anywhere dry enough to pitch the tent. The ground is soggy, uneven, and far from ideal, but he finds the best spot he can and gets set up before the light disappears.
But it seems to be not too bad. It is a little bit soggy, but
Once inside camp, he prepares water, layers up, and starts cooking from his final ration pack.
lake is right there. There's a method to my madness. I want to make sure I have enough water with me so that if the weather kicks off, I don't have to get out of my tent. Next job is to get a whole load of layers on. I'm just going to do this.
The evening is calm but uncomfortable, especially because he has felt sick and anxious all day, yet pushed through so anxiety would not win. Dinner is chilly with beans, crackers, tea, and one small Twix, but things are awkward inside the tent.
I think I'm going to get into the tent fairly soon. I'll have another cup of tea as well, I reckon. Sure, why not? Oh, and meat Twix. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. I am missing the biscuits though. I need to try and slim down the old pack size. Yeah, just so I can keep getting up all these mountains. So I'm just going to have to wing it. Obviously I don't want my head being lowered on my legs, because then all the blood will go to my head, and that won't be good for anybody. But I have all my sleeping system in here.
The ground pushes into his back, the stove setup is fiddly, and he realizes the weather forecast has worsened into a major storm warning for Ireland. He explains that the real storm is not due until later, but the morning could still bring brutal winds, freezing wind chill, and dangerous conditions. He plans to get down safely before the red warning arrives. During the night, the wind picks up. By early morning, he checks the forecast and sees 75-85 kilometers/hour winds, freezing temperatures, rain, and possible black ice. Then lightning flashes outside the tent, followed by thunder, making the situation feel much more serious.
It's going to be black ice everywhere. No way. There's just this big flash of light. That's thunder and lightning. Oh, that wasn't in the forecast. Jeez. Right.
Condensation reigns inside the tent while the weather worsens outside. He eats quick porridge, drinks tea, waits for daylight, and starts packing as soon as conditions ease slightly. By morning, everything is wet and freezing, but he leaves no trace, packs carefully, and begins the slippery descent through cold wind and wet rock.